I'll get Mr. Jitendra Kumar. So when both guys will be afterwards. And the stamping also we can do later. Oh. Great. Good job done. For last 2 days I was
कुछ लिखना पड़ेगा ना। हाँ?
आप लिख लीजिए ना, आदि राजनीति से लिखिए। ठीक है।
मेरी उंगलियां बहुत तेज चलती है, समझ भी नहीं सारा।
I'd like to thank you all for coming forward and supporting us in this initiative and being part of this initiative. Before we start the program, our chief guests have already arrived. So we would like to introduce ourselves to you all. We are the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We are actually one of the oldest chamber in India who's been operating in India from 1833. This chamber was established by 25 merchants of East India Company, and therefore we are moving forward since 1833. And the chamber has got different committees. One of the committee is CSR committee, which is headed by Mr. Jitendra Kumar, President Legal, Company Secretary, and CSR Head of Exide Industries. We have Mr. Ravindra Jamaria as the mentor of the committee. He is the Managing Director of Infinity Group. And we have our co-chairperson, Mr. Pulak Jamaria, who is the Director of Infinity Group. So this is the composition of the committee, and we have got very senior members from the industry. So with this committee composition, we have formulated the CSR committee, and we have been organizing the Social Leadership Award for the last 2 years, and this is the 3rd edition. And we are extremely delighted that the 3rd edition we could do here in Delhi with all of your presence. Our entire initiative is supported and partnered, as you can see, by Exide Industries as the platinum partner, gold partner Infinity, we have silver partner Access Educare, we have our knowledge partner Slet of Swan. We are thankful to them for coordinating such a fantastic show. And we have our official radio partner 91.9 Friends, and of course our event partner Vishwa Yuva Kendra. With this, I would like to invite the President of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Arnob Basu, on the dais, along with Mr. Jitendra Kumar, Chairperson, Corporate Governance and CSR Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, former Director General and CEO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, and Sir is the person who heads the jury of our entire social leadership award, and it is through his guidance we are weaving this award for last 2 years, and this is the third edition. Thank you, sir. Our today's chief guest, Dr. Vikrant Pandey, IAS Director cum Joint Secretary, Zonal Council, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. We invite you on the dais, sir. It's a great pleasure and delight for us to have you. We invite our Director General, Mr. Shubhadeep Ghosh, to be on the dais. We also invite Mr. N.K. Verma, the head CSR of DVC, to come up on the dais, please. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are proceeding towards our today's session and the third edition of BCCI Social Leadership Conclave and Award. May I now request Mr. Arno Basu, the President of BCCI, to formally give a welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I extend a warm welcome this winter morning in Delhi to be, from BCCI and I to all the guests today. We are presenting the third edition of the BCCI Social Leadership Conclave and Awards. The last two editions were in Kolkata. Enthused by the response that we got, we thought of bringing this program to Delhi this year, and as part of our NCR engagements. Many of you would be aware that BCCI and I have set up an office in Delhi in April earlier this year. As BCCI is spreading its footprints in different parts of the country and also abroad, embarking on initiatives which are relevant for respective geographies, we believe that corporate social responsibility is a topic which is a befitting topic for us to connect, deliberate, and be part of the decision making at a national level. In context of today's business dynamics, CSR is probably no longer an optional thing, but a necessary perspective each business leader needs to have. Businesses are continuously feeling the mandate of aligning their business goals with social and environmental equities, and inclusivity is supposedly something which, for many years we have looked at inclusivity as an option. I think probably now we realize that it's not an option, but it is an imperative for us to focus on. And we are at the decennial year after India created the global precedent in 2014 to be the first country mandating requirement of 2% of net profits to be allocated towards CSR. It has played a crucial role, I would say, in involving business entities into this kind of a national developmental roadmap. And reports say that the fund pool expanded from a modest 13,000 crore in 2014-15 to 50,000 crore by 2020, a threefold increase, and it's projected to be about 75,000 crore this year, marking a five-fold growth since the inception of this mandate. We feel privileged to have with us today the father of CSR in India, Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, with whom we have been very closely working. We are also honored to have the kind presence of Dr. Vikrant Pandey, IAS Director cum Joint Secretary, Zonal Council, MHA, Government of India. CSR not only creates resources for the development goals, but also, I would say, helps businesses adapt an inclusive approach. The social contributions, which were more of a charity and probably looked upon as an act of benevolence by the business fraternity, has transformed into a structured approach of taking business decisions. CSR has also created a mechanism of connecting corporates with the development organizations. This connect is more symbiotic with development agencies implementing some of the initiatives relevant to CSR to the corporates, and the latter, on its part, participating in these engagements, contributing their expertise through innovative solutions such as technology, data management, analytics, amongst many other tools. But going beyond that, I would say It has paved the path for multi-stakeholder collaborations, connecting the private sector, government agencies, NGOs, trade bodies, local communities and others, thereby augmenting government initiatives and amplifying sustainable development. CSR, of course, has an overlap with ESG. The top 1,000 companies in India by market cap are required to submit a business responsibility and sustainability report, along with their yearly filings to the stock exchanges. This became mandatory from 2023 financial year. CSR may be considered as a precursor to ESG. Companies self-regulate and commit to sustainable practices with the aim of making a positive impact on society and environment. The efforts undertaken in a CSR strategy may be refined further, and it all fits into the ESG metrics. I would say a business needs both practices in order to be truly sustainable in today's world. We at BCCI are navigating our journey in areas going beyond the regular work pattern of a Chamber of Commerce and emphasizing on ground level initiatives which would lend a hand towards climate actions, skill development, livelihood generation, gender parity, and many other such crucial sectors which would all be part of the SDG goals of 2030. It would be our pleasure to partner with corporates on CSR related engagements. The BCCI CSR portal connects corporates and NGOs. BCCI also works with large scale companies, including PSUs, in structuring their CSR roadmap as an implementing and CSR strategist partner. We look forward to an enriching day today with insights from the School of knowledgeable speakers and also by sharing our thoughts with one another and learning from each other. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the sessions.
Thank you so much, sir. We now request Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, the former Director General and CEO of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, to give a special address to us.
Dignitaries on the dais, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much, Bengal Chamber, for giving me this opportunity to be here this morning and to share with you some thoughts on the ever-evolving landscape of CSR. Also, kudos to you that you have given, as a chamber, so much importance to CSR and ESG, and you have actually now gone pan-India by having your first CSR event in the capital. I was reflecting this morning on what I should say, and it is, in a way, an important time to say it. 1st of April 2014, the CSR law kicks in. 1st of April 2024, we complete 1 decade. I would call this CSR 1.0, that which we have witnessed, that which has brought about epochal changes in the social landscape of this country. We now move to CSR 2.0, and the next decade will tell us what the future trends are likely to be for this very important aspect of CSR. And I said to myself, let me try and identify 3 important current trends. And for CSR 2.0, let me identify, there isn't that much of time for me to expound on, at least 4 future imperatives. And I think the 3 most important current trends are what I had hoped for back in 2014, or a year earlier when I was actually writing the legislation. And I called it then, and I still call it now, from backroom to boardroom. CSR was then something good to do, felt good on a particular day, let's do some CSR. It was pretty much ad hoc, intermittent, feel good, and as Arnab rightly told us, pretty much charitable instinct of the human being coming out. Today, corporate India's board agenda formalizes CSR activities, puts its stamp of approval on every single CSR project that a company does. The CSR committee of the board is one of the most important committees of the board. The best minds of a company address the CSR initiatives of that company. That is a huge elevation. 2, the way that NGOs have evolved, the way they have transformed, the way they have built their internal capacities, the way they now speak the corporate language. The earlier trust deficit between corporate India and civil society India has been continuously narrowed down. And that ease of communication, that feeling of camaraderie, has allowed the quality of projects and project deliveries to improve manifold. And the third, since my young friend Vikrant is here, the importance that government gives to CSR. The connection between CSR programs and government programs are now inextricably linked. They work in tandem. And this synchronization is a marked, flagged trend that I see, which does immense good both to government and to our CSR space. Very quickly now, I will try and identify the 4 future imperatives. Number 1, innovation. We have done 10 years of what I call standard CSR. More or less 42% of the entire CSR pie going to education, a substantial amount to health, skill development, women's empowerment, WASH, and so on and so forth. But in all of this, boards, and I sit on the CSR committee as chairman of several boards, we're constantly looking for innovation. What should we do that's new? And let me give you one quick, very example, and I don't have time, is the introduction by, for example, Vedanta in its flagship program, Dankar. We developed a very nice millet nutrition bar. And we just added it as a supplement to the midday meal. And it created such an important measurable impact on the nutritional health of children in the age of 3 to 6. So can we think of innovation in the way we do our CSR projects? Infosys recently reached out to me to try and see what we could do for IT skill development. They've covered all the 28 states. And so the chair of the Infosys Foundation said to me, Dr. Chatterjee, we've covered all of India. What more is there left to do? And I said, all right, have you done Dadra Nagar Haveli? Have you done Mizoram? Have you done Ladakh? No. Let's do it. Because that's where real difficulty arises. And that's why people don't generally come forward to do them. But they are the neglected segment of our large country. And so we're now doing 3 really important projects for the youth of these 3 geographies that I now mentioned. Second, impact. It's said about in the reality sector, location, location, location. In the CSR system now, it's about impact, impact, impact. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs has taken the initiative in the January 2021 circular, where now external impact measurement, social impact assessment, has become mandatory for projects above a certain level of value, 1 crore to be precise. But more and more corporates, now I see, are looking to ensure that the impact that is being created is not what they say. Patting yourself on the back, writing your own report card has to stop. An objective third party has to tell you where exactly you did not fit the bill. What were your shortcomings? Because you learn, yes, from success, but more from failure. And that's what's going to happen in the future. The third, equitable distribution of CSR spending. 30% of all of CSR spending is in the most developed state of this country, Maharashtra. And that is closely followed by Tamil Nadu and Gujarat and Karnataka, because corporate India is typically here. 8 sisters of the Northeast get 0.9% of the CSR spend. It's a crying shame. So should we mandate, should government come with more legislation? And in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, I've consistently opposed more legislation. And I've said, try and incentivize. If we spend in the Northeast, what incentives can we get as a corporate? If you incentivize, I believe the impact will be greater. And finally, dear friend Arnav mentioned this, the seamless connect with ESG. Today I head the BIS National Committee on ESG. BRSR you referred to is nothing but BRR2, also initiated by me in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And so what we have seen is how beautifully CSR has embraced the ESG space and how wonderfully they are today synchronized. One example. Of all of corporate spending, projects related to climate change and environment were about 2 to 3% at the start of the CSR decade. When we release the figures for 23-24, you will note that they will now be in the range of around 15 to 16%. That is a dramatic improvement, and I suspect will go even further. So thank you very much for sharing these thoughts with you. I do not want to exceed my time, but again, thank you to BCCI and to all of you for being here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now is the time to bring up to you all the theme, the mission vision of this entire initiative. I would request Mr. Jitendra Kumar, the chairperson of the CSR and the Corporate Governance Committee of the Bengal Chamber, BCCNI, to come up to the dais and deliver the theme address of this session.
Distinguished guests on the dais, all friends who are all present here. Good morning to all of you. It's an honor and privilege to welcome you to this third edition of CSR Conclave and Social Leadership Award 2024. So it's very difficult to talk after once Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee has spoken. So probably he has covered all the length and breadth of all the CSR, but probably we are going to discuss in next 3 to 4 hours. But anyway, we have to say something, so I will try to share my views on this. And particularly before going into the theme, I would like to just touch upon some interesting facts. For some of you who are not aware, the Bengal Chambers is one of the oldest institution of its kind, tracing its origin in 1833. This means it has been serving the causes of the business community for close to 200 years. It organizes more than 100 events each year in many parts of the country and even abroad. The CSR committee is one of the 30 plus committees that the chamber covers almost each sector of business, be it sports, be it healthcare, be it well-being, be it CSR, corporate governance, etc., etc. So, I mean, somebody who are probably based not out of Calcutta, but coming from Delhi. So it is almost 200 years institution. So that's the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Now coming to this particular event, 3 years back, we started this journey with our first CSR Conclave and Social Leadership Award. In a humble manner with a broad objective of knowledge sharing, supporting and acknowledging the remarkable contribution of corporates and civil society organizations in the social sector. We as a committee felt that there are ones who are raising benchmark by bringing the transformative changes in our society through their zeal, passion, innovation and excellence. So therefore, their effort and initiative needs to be recognized and appreciated in a much wider forum. So in the first year, we basically invited applications from corporates and NGO sector from the West Bengal only. Encouraged by the success and overwhelming response from the stakeholders, in the second edition, that means last year, we moved pan-India, which has resulted into larger participation from both corporates and the NGO players. The management committee of the BCCI then renamed the CSR committee to National CSR Committee, entrusting us, the committee with a greater responsibility to spread our wings further. So therefore, we have decided to move this third edition of this conclave from our home city of Kolkata to New Delhi to give more color to our national tag. I am thrilled to share with you that we have received close to 100 applications in this edition of our social leadership conclave. I am told by the jury and the knowledge partner of this event that most of the applications were impeccable and it was tough to choose the winner. I must congratulate all the participation from undertaking transformational CSR initiative in your respective domain and also being part of this conclave. Your participation has undoubtedly enriched the initiative undertaken by the chamber. So dear friends, the theme of this inaugural session is reflecting on 10 years of corporate social responsibility, impact and effectiveness. So though we have domain experts like Dr. Chatterjee and others who are more knowledgeable than me to talk on this subject, I would just like to briefly share my views and leave the expert to delve more on the subjects. So as we all know, 10 years ago, that is in 2014, India became the first country to mandate a statutory CSR obligation for companies by meeting certain parameters. This year, 2024, is therefore a milestone year for CSR in India, as we have completed 10 years of the mandate. At the beginning of this journey, opinions were divided. Whether an authoritarian approach to the social good will succeed. Many of us, including myself, were little skeptical about this approach. In this ensuing 10 years, we have witnessed that the resource allocation for CSR has seen a quantum jump. There has been a significant increase in corporate givers as evidenced by the proportion of companies complying the CSR mandate, which increased from approximately 30% in 2018 to more than 65% now. Additionally, the share of non-BSE 200 companies participating in CSR initiative rose from 50% in FY 2018 to more than 60% now. So what we are also seeing is that both corporate and CSOs have firmly embedded the ecosystem of national building, thereby supplementing the government's effort. The concept of improving the social parameters in the environment we operate has now become equally important to our business operations. Other than funding resource, corporates have brought a more structured process to planning and implementation of CSR project, which has amplified in the impact as well. In these years, the relationship between the corporates and civil society has evolved into a healthy reciprocal relationship. We are seeing a more and more data-driven and strategic approach towards the CSR. So we are privileged to have among us Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, the former Director General and CEO of IICA, the person and brain behind framing the CSR rules in India. Sir, I am sure that you must be proud to see how the CSR in our country is driving innovation and impact. More and more corporates are now looking to go beyond their mandate, looking for greater participation in the projects rather than just going and funding the projects. Concepts like individual giving, employee volunteering, impact assessment, transparent disclosures, etc. are slowly but steadily getting embedded in the corporate culture, and it augurs well for the future. In this journey, we must acknowledge the role of the civil society organizations who have played their role perfectly in shaping up and enriching the corporates in their journey towards meeting their CSR targets. So dear friends, it would be more apt and interesting to listen more on this subject from our experts. Post this inaugural session, we have scheduled 3 interesting panel discussions covering topics that are extremely relevant in today's context. We have among us very eminent personalities to talk on each of these 3 sessions. To conclude, let's celebrate the innovation and impact in the CSR domain and listen to some of the leading voices in the sector. So thanks for your patient hearing, and let's gear up for an enriching and thought-provoking event. Thank you once again to be part of this particular event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, may I request Dr. Vikrant Pandey, IAS Director, cum Joint Secretary, Zonal Council, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, and our chief guest for this address.
Good morning, all of you. Distinguished dais, congratulate to all the awardees and the participants here. I must have a privilege to be part of this event, and especially thanks to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries for inviting me as a chief guest to speak in front of my senior respected Bhaskar sir, who is also in the CSR field. We worked across the landscape of governance and the civil society. I have experience working in Gujarat, especially in the industrial state and industrial districts with a different capacity to execute and spearhead of this many CSR projects also. The time has been changing. We have seen it in 2014, where the paradigm has been shifted from the companies to the mandatory legal provisions for the CSR. Now the time in last decades we have seen the companies and especially the corporate sector has seen the changes
from not only the compliance of the CSR to the impactful assessment, impactful for the society. As the Western world, it is a voluntary. India is the first country who has started as a mandatory for the CSR, where the companies are working for the brand valuation, satisfactions for their stakeholders. Here, in the initial years of the CSR, we have seen it just a compliance. We have started with the projects where not a sustainable projects, not a long-term projects, but the time has been come up where we have a more mature CSR strategy by the companies and the governments also. From the last 10 years, we have seen a $19 billion. There's a huge amount has been invested in a different sector. But I should go with and endorse the opinion by the Bhaskar sir. We have a disparity, even within the state also. Sir. Like in Gujarat, I can say, I work in the tribal district also, and I work in the Ahmedabad and in Rajkot and Bharuch, like industrial district also, where we have seen the disparity within the state also. The companies are more focused where they are working. They want to develop their own ecosystem to endorse and to satisfy their nearby area in form of gratifications to the local public. So they will not get any agitations in the land acquisitions, working in anything. This approach has need to be changed. The perspective has to be changed. Our role of company is not only for the business values. We need to have a core business, and later on it should be to the national building and societal impact. Our role, like the Northeast, which don't have industries, where we cannot have, where the natural resources are there, but we don't have industrialization, where nobody is going there. So we need to be, this regional disparity should be reduced. Our accountability and transparency should be increased. Like the societal impact assessment, we are doing it at the local level. We should go for the national level. What the company network which is working in different states, they should be come out with the states where they are not working. CSR not the before the project, it should be started with the before the project also, where if you want to work there somewhere. So the things should need to be changed, and some section of the society is getting the benefited. It's not the underprivileged society which is the marginalized society is getting the benefited. And some sector which we are feeling the good, like the health and education, where the most of our CSR fund is going. Like the example, like the 10,000 crore has been spent in the country in the last year in only the health sector, 6,800 around in the education sector. For environmental and then environmental sustainability, we are not working. So we need to have a green initiative, more like the impact assessment and the impact for the society where the disparity can be reduced, and we should be more mature towards to align with the World Global CSR Initiative. So we can see this paradigm will be shifted in the next decade. We need to strengthen our legislature also for this. We need to have a more mindset for the companies and then the governance system of the companies also. So their brand value can increase, because the Western world is working not only the CSR, they are improving their brand value through the CSR. So we have to be, thought process should be improved. Our company brand, some are working on that, it should be on the larger scale, it should be. I am thankful to all the awardees here and then the dais here and inviting you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We now have a special announcement, and for that I request our chairperson of the National CSR Committee, Mr. Jitendra Kumar, to come up and announce.
Thank you, Suganya. So, being a chairperson of this committee, it's a proud moment for us today that one of the leading public sector undertaking, DVC and Bengal Chambers, we are entering into a strategic arrangement by signing an MOU for a period of 3 years, where Bengal Chambers will try to help the CSR initiative of the DVC in terms of, I would say, kind of reviewing the entire policy making in terms of impact assessment, in terms of undertaking projects. It's a kind of a holistic arrangement probably which the Bengal Chambers is interested to cover the DVC. So thank you DVC for trusting the Bengal chambers for this particular initiative. And now I request, we have Mr. N.K. Verma today, Executive Director HR of DVC present, and we have Mr. Subhadeep, Director General of Bengal Chambers. So can we have access the MOU signing, and then we can proceed for a group photograph of this. Thank you.
Now we have a pleasant task to perform. May I request our President, Mr. Arnob Basu, to hand over a token of memento to our chief guest. Thank you. With this, we come to the end of our inaugural session, and we request the dignitaries on the dais to take their seats in the front row. We now straight away go to technical session 1, and I would like to invite Mr. Nishant Sinha, the head CSR and a senior member of the National CSR Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to be the MC of the technical sessions. I request Mr. Sinha on the dais, please, and please introduce the technical session 1, role of CSR in climate action and sustainability, and thereafter the other sessions. Over to you, Mr. Sinha. Mr. Sinha has been a pillar for this entire Social Leadership Award, so we thank him and request him to be on the dais.
Thank you, Sukanya. I was listening to the first inaugural session, and when Bhaskar sir talked about environment and climate action, I thought, no, we are perfectly aligning with the thought process. I think the first session that we have today is role of CSR in climate action and sustainability. To facilitate this session as moderator, we have Mr. Arnab Basu, the President of Bengal Chambers of Commerce and Industries. Mr. Basu is partner in PwC India, spearheading the firm's advisory business, including consulting, risk, and deals. He brings rich consulting experience in diverse fields like business model reinvention, business transformation, operating model design, performance management, removing complexity, and defining digital strategy, leveraging enterprise application. He sits on the PwC's Global Advisory Leadership team and has worked with a range of top-tier clients across multiple geographies and industries. We'll request Mr. Basu to moderate the first session. Joining Mr. Basu is none other than the person we know as father of CSR in India, Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee. Sir needs no introduction, so I'll not take more of time. Sir, please take your seat in the dais. Joining Mr. Basu and Dr. Chatterjee is Mr. U.K. Bhattacharya. Dr. Bhattacharya is former Director, Sustainability with NTPC. Mr. Bhattacharya is an electrical engineer graduate from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. with a PG diploma in management from MDI Gurgaon. He is a seasoned professional with extensive expertise in power sector, beginning his career in greenfield project construction at Korba and Farakka SCPPs. He gained experience in project management, operation and modernization of power plant at Talcher Thermal Power Station. He led a remarkable turnaround of an underperforming asset into a top-performing station. His contributions have been pivotal in NTPC's business diversification, including hydroelectricity, setting up NECL for electricity distribution, and forming Trincomalee Power Company Limited in Sri Lanka. Sir, it would be an honor to listen to your thoughts on the topic. And joining us in the dais is Dr. Shrikant K. Panigrahi, Director General and Distinguished Research Fellow, ISD CMII. Dr. Panigrahi is a globally recognized thought leader in sustainability, serving as Director General and Distinguished Research Fellow at the Indian Institute of Sustainable Development and its Carbon Minus India initiative. With a distinguished career as a policymaker and technocrat, he has collaborated with Government of India, the United Nations Environment Programme and the World Bank. Renowned as Chief Architect of the Indian Carbon Market, Dr. Panigrahi has played pivotal roles in international climate change negotiations under UNFCCC and contributed to India's National Action Plan on Climate Action. So with this, I hand over the forum to Dr. Arnab Basu, and sir, you can take it up from here.
Thank you. Thank you. I would have liked to have a doctor in front, but no, unfortunately, could not complete anything close to that, but we'll try and make up with energy and passion. So as, you know, coming off the first session, we obviously heard Dr. Chatterjee, and what I would probably say is that when you think of CSR and you think of sustainability, in some ways they are different, in some ways they are very interrelated, and I'll try and connect before we go to these speakers and hear their views. So if you think of what BCCI and I have been doing over the years, I think we have been very, very passionate towards sustainability as a topic. We have been engaging in areas of sustainable approach and green growth for quite some time, probably much before it became the buzzword. We were probably the only Chamber of Commerce from India to have been invited to the COP26 in Glasgow in 21 November to make a 90-minute presentation on e-mobility, which is also integrated, you know, along with topics like gender parity and green jobs, along with the last mile connect. As India is very, very vulnerable to climate change, as you keep reading in the newspapers, our finances need to flow towards adaptation and mitigation activities. Climate change, you know, can only be countered if there is a symbiotic effort which combines efforts of adaptation, mitigation, and more importantly, resilience. The pace of just transition to a green economy is accelerating in India, focusing on balancing economic growth along with environmental sustainability. This transition, on one hand, is bringing energy mix and entailing shift to renewable energy sources. On the other hand, it is calling for an inclusive growth by addressing the challenges of climate change while ensuring that no one is left behind in this shift to a more sustainable way of living and a sustainable future for India. Just transition aims for development towards net zero while improving the social, economic and environmental conditions of fossil fuel dependent areas, communities as well as the workers. In a country like ours, our dependence on coal for our mission of supplying consistent, reliable power to the last mile, and you know, a number of jobs are dependent on this fossil fuel-based innovation industries. It is important how we leverage our internal strength to, you know, sort of evolve along with this transition.
And if you look at environmental governance and collective actions, which are crucial to address such changes, many business entities in India play a pivotal role towards these climate actions. Extreme weather events, whether it's around floods, droughts, severe heat waves, cyclones, they're taking place more frequently nowadays and probably making us understand the reality of climate change for each of us in India. Government of India is of course making concerted efforts towards SDG 13 on climate actions with the National Action Plan on Climate Change, focusing on specific areas such as solar energy, energy efficiency, water, agriculture, sustainable habitats, amongst others. Businesses now need to endorse the new green economy's people-positive culture. CSR in a company's overall framework of sustainability has to be seen in that light. And as per our reports, close to 30,000 crores of Indian rupees have been spent in CSR in India from 22-23 in the 40 states and union territories. And we heard from Dr. Chatterjee that how, if you look at it, the disparity of that spending across our states is coming to light. And if you think of what these numbers are showing you, whether it's around 60,000 crores or 70,000 crores, the numbers do not only talk about the mammoth potential of the CSR framework, but they also indicate that if we are not inclusive, the kind of problems we might land up with over-congested cities which are bursting at the seams because our CSR activities are all towards a few states, and as we heard from our chief guest, that within the states also they are all going towards the existing cities. Reports suggest that the lion's share of CSR in India goes towards education, sanitation and health. And no wonder, these are areas where India is behind. In many cases, at a personal level also, I always felt that if you invest in education, if you invest in health, these are important matters because they sort of allow you to push one generation to a generational shift from poverty, out of poverty to middle income. And so to that extent, whether it is sanitation and health or education, these are very important goals under the SDG 17. But if you think of it, 65% of the funds of CSR are allocated here around good health, well-being, and SDG 4, which is around quality of education, and SDG 1, which is around poverty. On the other hand, if you think of climate, and that's where the change in mindset has to come, we are thinking of course, moving generations out of poverty. We are not thinking of our country and our country's climate in that respect. The environment sector, and we heard from Dr. Chatterjee, that it receives less than 15% of the fund allocation. Now, of course, these are all important areas, but it is for us to debate whether, environment should get 15% while education and health should get 65%. Now, maybe the overall pool needs to improve, the overall pie needs to grow, but I think CSR, has to be seen in this broad spectrum of multi-stakeholder collaborations towards sustainable growth, and a collaborative effort might be needed to analyze the potential gaps which we have in different sectors. Because without that, shifting to a net zero economy can always remain just a distant dream. And as we find resources and other tools and expertise, which can be mobilized in India along with the CSR commitments, I think only then green growth can be achieved. And while strategizing towards net zero goals, I think it is important that we focus on areas like skill development, livelihood generation, gender parity, youth engagement, as many of these are also related to our climate. When you look at tribal areas having deforestation, a large part of deforestation is about skill development and livelihood generation. So I think while reports say that by 2030 India will need about 1 trillion to meet its NDC to the UNFCCC, I think private financial participation with an economic motive and incentive is going to be crucial along with the CSR. So with that kind of a context, maybe now we'll go to the the specialists in this sector. Mr. Bhattacharya, maybe I'll start with you. How do you think the SDG 13, i.e. the climate actions, may be re-emphasized by CSR, and what are your thoughts around that?
Thank you, Arnab. I'll take your indulgence and the permission of this August gathering to go to the podium and take some time and also make a very small presentation to take you a bit to the school level discussions on this, because I sometimes also get confused despite after 40 years, and also come back to the issues that you have raised, SDG 13 and the other aspects. Investor particularly. It's a 2% of your last 3 years average profit. But what he is telling is very important, and I can assure you, Dr. Pandey, I was vice chairman of a company you must be knowing, 3 public sectors, NTPC, Indian Oil and Coal India. We came together and formed a company, HURL, Hindustan Urbara Prashan Limited, fertilizer company. Very unlike. And we set up 3 modern fertilizer urea plants and made India at least to a large extent self-sustainable. All are working now and we are making profit. In that company, we started this concept of CSR before profit, before the operation starts. And it has been now mandated by MOEF in a way, in the form of CER, Corporate Environmental Responsibility. So that is something which goes during the construction period. That is the precursor of CSR. There is a concept always we think of, especially during the 2010 and things. 2011 I was in Bangladesh, posted there as MD of the project which we set up there in the Bangla joint venture projects. And UNESCO and many lobbies used to come there for different purposes, good as well as not so good. And I was first got the taste of extreme pressure from the different agencies. They wanted to thwart the projects for different reasons. I am not going to the geopolitics part of it, but for different reasons. Some were definitely something to look into and think about. Some of the things were just out of ignorance, and some were out and out of politics. There the question came that in India has done a corporate act revision, and they have made 2% as one of the mandates. So there was a debate in India as well as in Bangladesh in a big way whether CSR can be legalized. In one of the forum in Sonargaon Hotel, I was talking like this almost 10 years now ago, and I made a pitch that if CSR is legalized, then it becomes another tax. And any kind of tax is a retroaction. Taxation will never help you. You have to go to the core of people's thoughts. And ultimately you have to bring out from the concept of that CSR actually is in the context of improving your company's not only profitability, it is in the improvement of your people's connect, it is in the improvement of your brand. And that's why it should not be seen as a philanthropy or as an add-on for a public relation exercise, just to be seen as a standalone social responsibility bearing expenditure. I take you quickly to the presentation, please bear with me because most of the things have been discussed already, so I need to go quickly. And before we start this, as I always do, I start with the mention of the father of CSR, Howard Bowen, 1953, who first created this concept and made it published his book, Social Responsibilities of the Businessman, which was picked up by Rothschild and Fords, and they started the philanthropic activities first. Then Bill and Melinda and everybody started. Now it has become a big CSR activity. So if we go to the business part and the CSR, then we have to start from the concept of triple bottom line. And this is the concept John Elkington brought in 1994. When I was doing my MBA, this is one of the things I was taught, and it was very exciting, that people, planet and prosperity, they should be taken care together for the evolving business, And once there is a set where everything merges together, that becomes a sustainable place. So if we look at now at the triple bottom line, let us forget about the left part side. The second bullet point is very important, the 3 P's, people, planet and profit, prosperity. Going to the depiction on the right hand side, the zone where the planet and people and profit all merge together is sustainable. If you go by only planet and people, it's bearable, your actions. If you go by people and profit, it becomes equitable. And if you go by planet and profit only, it becomes viable. So most of the time, we have a tendency to go by a techno-commercial viability concept and go ahead. So we take care, under the pressure of MOEF and all these agencies which has put us legally to do that, the viability concepts, we look at the planet and profit. We forget about the people part. So if we merge the people portion into it, all the 3 P's, the sustainable business is which takes care of all the 3 P's together. This is the SDG pillar of today's context. There are economic pillars, social pillars and environmental pillars. And the SDG 13 is the climate action, which is the topic of today's discussion, that CSR and the connect with the climate action. If we look at the SDG 13 a bit more detail, it takes that urgent action is need to be taken to combat climate change and its impacts. Now, Earth's tipping point, we all know these things. I'll go to the every detail of this thing in the next one. The target of SDG 13, there are 5 targets, that is 13.1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Resilience and adaptive capacity, climate change policies, climate change awareness, UNFCCC network and framework, then climate change planning and management. These are all have got bearing with what I am going to drive at the CSR and the connect with the SDG 13. This is a depiction I have taken from UN, so I have recognized it there on the right hand top corner. This is not my depiction. The UN has itself told the climate actions have the challenges and the solutions. The challenges on the left hand side, the anthropogenic greenhouse gas. Anthropogenic, we all know that's something which is man-made, basically. The economic and population growth and all these things are creating challenges for the world, in particular, humanity in general. The world is warming, that is because of the greenhouse gas. The storms, floods and hurricanes, these are the effects of these things. And there are solutions. The solutions are not seen today. These are only talks. Paris Agreement was the first one, but before that we have done the Kyoto Protocol. We have done also the UNFCCC network, and we tried for the carbon trading. Under that, long ago in 2002, we created a department within NTPC itself. It failed so far. It has not taken up. Now we are again going for a new carbon trading concept. India has itself come out with a new gazette notification for its own carbon trading platform. Emission reductions and all these things are part of that. This is the general condition of the world, that we are burning, and we know, I will not spend much time on this. The greenhouse gas, the major component of that being the CO2 is the component that the context is the industry. All the industries for their particular activities develop some or other kind of greenhouse gas. I am coming from a power generation industry. We are responsible for maximum of CO2. That is one of the greenhouse gases. And the impact of GHG emission is this, that we are going ahead in terms of warming our world. And if you look at the red side on the right hand graph, if we remain within 1.5 degrees centigrade, we can still probably reverse it and continue with that, but if we shoot it, then no one knows what is going to happen. People are telling that when the 1.5 degrees centigrade was supposed to be crossed with the current way of doing by 2030, some are telling these days that it has already been reached. This is the per capita suit India and global. I will not take to that whether we are better, America is bad or bad. That's a different context. The issue is that we are equally responsible worldwide as much as China and USA are. And pollution, air pollution especially, does not know any political boundary. So we have to act globally. Now coming to the ESG, that environmental and social governance, as I told, that ESG is a matrix which is seen from the outside by an investor essentially, and the concept of ESG came from the apartheid in South Africa. The investors were hesitant to invest in South Africa because of apartheid from the 60s, 70s and 80s. And lastly in 2006, UN came out with the concept of sustainable investment, and that's the starting of ESG. And then ESG has become a matrix. And if you see the social context as well as the environmental context, the social part mostly is a part where the CSR and ESG merge together. So if you go for the ESG count, if you have a better CSR activities, then your ESG count goes better. Now CSR, we all know that profit, society and environment, that is the CSR. Corporate service refers to a company's values and the policies and the practices. That's why it cannot be and need not be legalized and mandated. The company has to have its values, practice and the policies aligned to that. Otherwise nothing can happen. ESG and CSR, I have already discussed what is the difference and what is the similarity. Different angles of measuring the same thing, a company's impact on society. ESG elements what CSR started, and that's why the measurement of ESG ultimately brings out where you are in terms of CSR. The Carroll's 4-part pyramid, I will not take you to the theory of these things. Only important part is that if you start with the bottom of this pyramid, then economic responsibility, be profitable was the starting point for all business. It started evolving when the governance concept came, the Cadbury Committee and others which came there, it brought out the legal responsibility and ethical responsibilities, that be ethical and obey the law. But when the CSR came, it started the philanthropic responsibility and be a good corporate citizen. That's today's CSR concept. I'll take you quickly through this. And this is what I was telling you today at the starting, the CSR branding. That CSR is not, if you think that's a wastage of money, some people may think, and it's just a charity or philanthropy, think twice, it's not. A good CSR also goes into creating a good branding for yourself in terms of shareholders' value to stakeholders' value and ultimately societal value. And this is what the Panchamrita or Honorable PM has told, which is the direct link between the CSR activity and the SDG 13 goal. He told it that reach the non-fossil energy capacity of 500 gigawatt by 2030, which is our target, and also reduction of total projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons. And that is what Arnav was telling, and this is where I can stop now. Otherwise, sustainability and all these things, these are the things we can discuss further. Thank you all.
Thank you. So I know, Mr. Panigre, you have
very good morning to each of you, and it's a pleasant morning, and I would like to thank Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for giving me this opportunity, and I would like to already the background is set. Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee is here. Basu has given an excellent background already, followed by the presentation of UK Bhattacharya, and the guest of the sessions, Dr. Pandey, also enlightened his experience, which is extremely important to be considered, the ground realities to be translated into action. I will not take much time. The things which has been told I will not repeat. I will bring out some very important links between ESG and CSR, and with present context, that is today. If you see, you know the purpose, how the CSR came, the history and all that. Now, it is most important to, Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee told one statement. Earlier, it was 2 to 3% on environment, so far as CSR funding is concerned. Now it is 15 to 16% because of ESG's inclusion, and that's the reality. CSR, what is CSR? Corporate social responsibility. So what is social? Out of planet, people and profit, it is people which is connected to social or societal development. So it was all people-centric issues. We at the Institute, Indian Institute of Sustainable Development, were a public policy think tank and scientific research organization of last 16 years, and we are celebrating our 16 years by organizing Global Sustainability Summit. It will be in Vigyan Bhavan on March 6th. All of you are invited. So, what is sustainability? It was very well told by UK Bhattacharya ji that sustainability has 3 pillars. So, and he also told corporate environmental responsibility. In the Ministry of Environment, NTPC has already been into this. So, environment is not a part of social. So, CSR means it doesn't include environment at all. It is a different entity. Whereas in ESG, all the 3 things needs to be brought together. Is it a fact or it is not? That is the subject. If you see the indicators, World Bank has given 279 indicators. That is social indicators, environmental indicators, economic indicators. And the interrelationship between 3 is also there. So it is not that sustainability is the common overlapping area which will be called sustainability. It is concept-wise perfect, but sustainability encompasses everything, all the 279 indicators. We tried to challenge the World Bank and did a lot of background work, but hardly 4 more indicators we could able to locate. It is very well designed and structured, the list of the parameters under 3 categories. Now, if you come to social indicators, all of them are quite interrelated. You cannot segregate them in isolations, and there are profound interlinks, and it is very difficult to look them in isolations. But still there is a broader classification subcategories. So when these indicators come, like job, employment, the poverty, hunger, all UN SDG initial indicators. So all these are social indicators, and it is also, you have seen how SDG is segregated into 3 columns. Now, when ESG, the climate has emerged as the most difficult challenge of the day. If you see our oceans have changed their currents. The hot currents has become cold currents. The cold currents, many of them has become hot currents. They have changed their path in the ocean. The currents are not flowing as it used to be before. The air pressure belts has been shifted and changed. That is how there is a erratic rainfall pattern. There is the cyclones which the Bay of Bengal East Coast used to face a lot. Now it is also going to the West Coast. And all these things you are witnessing in your daily day-to-day life. And why CSR under the Act, the environmental indicators are already listed. And it is under CSR, but why the corporates are not doing it? Things are known because corporates have their priority, and the law gives them enough freedom to choose the region, choose the projects, and which of course should be there. And they are choosing I interacted more than a dozen of very profound industry leaders, and most of them told that profit is ultimate aim, and it is very difficult to optimize profit. It is always maximizing profit. Optimize for us, how least we can spend, and manage the things. It not only in the perspective of society, in the perspective of nation or perspective of the planet. It is of course there. We as an individual, as the corporate leaders, some feelings are there inside. But we have also equally a responsibility to ensure the profit and run the business, which is not an easy thing. And it is very difficult to optimize it in society and planetary perspective. How least we can spend and manage the business, that has remained as our core, and it is not possible to change that kind of concept. There are many challenges we are having which you people don't understand. And so in this context, as it was told, that brand value, that has a quite important. The corporates need to understand what is their gain. Now most of the corporates are using CSR money from their reducing their marketing budget, reducing their branding budget, reducing their corporate strategy budget, and they have a huge expectation out of the indirect expectation for the growth of the company from CSR expenditure. It is not that it is purely for society. The priorities, industrial, the bringing more positivity towards the company, and while doing that, if society is also gaining something, it is always good. So this is the real situation and scenario. So in this context, environment is already listed under CSR, for which reason it doesn't happen. If you see, the air doesn't shout, don't pollute me. The water don't say, don't abuse me. If you cut a tree, it doesn't say anything. Nature is always silent. Policing nature is the most difficult work. Who doesn't request for its own protection. So, that has resulted, no corporate, no individual, nobody looks into the environment, because there is nobody on behalf of environment who is raising voice. That is the reality in the materialistic physical world. So, considering all this into account, now it is high time. ESG is a concept, it has gone up to 15-16%, maximum it can go up to 20%, it will not go much beyond. But the kind of the demand that we are looking for, COP29 has happened very recently. You know how much $1 trillion we need the climate finance to get rid from this climate action, the problem. And that developed country asked 1.3 billion till 2030, and the developed world could able to commit 300 billion.
Sorry, it's $1.3 trillion.
Trillion, 1.3 trillion, whereas 300 billion was committed by the developed country, and out of which the most of the expenses are from private investment, not the governments of developed country will be contributing. And for so far as private investment is concerned, it comes if there is no return of investment, there will be no private investment. It is as simple as that. So I am a part of the Reserve Bank of India's sustainable finance team, where we are developing India-specific blending finance models, which will work for adaptation and mitigation that how this blending finance model, that with the participation of private sector investment and government, where government has to do the facilitation part, and comparatively smaller role, maybe maximum to 20% government will be investing, whereas the rest 80% will be coming from private sector, and that they must be ensure the best return that the society they are likely to get from the market. So in this model development exercise, we have come to 8 different models for different type of investments that is required in adaptation, mitigation, impact assessment, and the climate finance or the carbon finance model, where the markets are again linked, that is development of 3 carbon markets. One is 6.2, 6.4 articles of Paris Agreement. One is international market, which will be happening by UNFCCC, and there will be an internal carbon market by Government of India, where Bureau of Energy Efficiency is given task to come with a structure where our industries and businesses will try to reduce their emission. If they cannot, they have to purchase the credits from the market itself. So this is the situation where we all are standing. And my point in brief, the environment is something is our life. We all has come from the earth and will go back to earth. Nobody will take anything from here. So as long as every individuals are not committed for the cause of environment, the big conferences, the different great knowledge models, nothing will work. So the extent of the crisis that we are witnessing in terms of climate in our daily day-to-day life, and it is we who collectively has to commit ourselves, change our lifestyle. We must be aware about our own carbon footprints, that what we have created yesterday, what is our carbon footprint, how it is going today. And by changing our activities, if we can still reduce it, we must. And so when this will happen with majority of the citizens of the planet, so the projects also will be successful, everything will be successful, or it will run business as usual as it is running now, and 20% maybe in book accounts, in reality nothing will happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Panigari. I know we are running a bit against time, but Dr. Chatterjee, your views on CSR's role in climate action?
I am pretty much a stickler for time. We are exactly 10 minutes beyond our allocated time, so I will keep my remarks to about 2 minutes at best. 1. We have not talked so far, and this is important from the CSR point of view, technology and the new forms of learning, machine learning, AI, etc. Remember one thing, the accelerated economic advance of the developed nation, the Industrial Revolution, was all brought in by technology. All the holes we have dug in the climate space are a result of those technologies. Extracting minerals from the heart of the earth fired the Industrial Revolution. The steam engine, the internal combustion engine, all of these advancements of technology brought us to the current crisis. It is therefore axiomatic and necessary that technology itself must be harnessed to solve the current problem. Our scientists, our technology experts have got to look at technology solutions for where we are. And CSR now, under item 4 of Schedule 7, must look at projects which have a technology component to try and change the way we look at climate. We can pontificate endlessly and we need to do that, should do this, develop this, useless. We know that 70 or 75% of all of the earth is water. Today the Middle East, which used to be barren sand, is now a green paradise. Why? Because the way that they have been able to convert brine into potable water, technologies developed there have brought the cost down by as much as 70%. If we can bring that down by another 20%, there will be no third world war on water. All of the brine in the sea will become potable water for us. I'm giving you one or two examples. In the hard to abate sectors, and I've spent many years in the steel industry, we're looking at green hydrogen. And as my very dear friend Amitabh Khan said the other day on a similar platform, if we can bring the cost of production of green hydrogen to $1 per kg, we pretty much solve a lot of the energy crisis that we have. There again, technologies have to come into focus. The US is not worried so much because why? Along the California coast, they have found white rocks. And we will now move from green hydrogen to white hydrogen, which is even more effective in solving our environmental problems. All I'm saying is that the requirement for improved, innovative technologies is the solution. And we must be forward-looking enough to see that if CSR and the projects that we do are innovative in nature and marry technologies with the conservation of natural resources, we will move rapidly, more rapidly than ever, towards solving our crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, and very succinct and yet very hard-hitting. So can we have a few questions from the audience? Sure.
I come to you, sir. I had the technology transfer cell of the Government of India to facilitate the projects which needs technology transfer from a foreign country to this. And the major problem, this cell has been created with an objective that 100% technology doesn't transfer, even you pay the payment. There are something kept hidden. So the complete transfer of the technology should happen, and if we can bargain and negotiate in national interest to facilitate our own industry, business and other stakeholders who are seeking for technology, foreign technology. The next thing is, for technology are so expensive, the developing nations cannot afford. Forget about least developing countries. I am a climate negotiator. Out of 29 COPs, in 19 COPs, I have negotiated on behalf of the Government of India, and I have led the delegation in 14 of them. So my experience from the negotiation, two challenges. One is technology transfer, one is finance. And technology is there, enough technology in the world, but it is not flowing. The kind of the conditionality the developed world has imposed, and they are looking for huge money, which the rest of the world doesn't have. So technology transfer is not happening. So that is why the Green Climate Fund has been created, which is headquartered in South Korea. And the finance has become absolutely important aspect beyond technology. So no more technology is discussed now, so far as climate action is concerned. If the finance is there, the technology is automatically there. I am very deeply engaged with Green Hydrogen Mission and part of a government team, and we are providing, my organization provides the consultation and everything, preparing DPR in green hydrogen and all, into blue hydrogen, green, white, and brown, all sorts of green hydrogen related assignments. Again, here the main challenges is technology. We have very huge allocations in our budgets. The upcoming budget, also in the budget meeting I was there, the allocations is 4 times increasing compared to last year. This is all our internal money. We are trying to build ourselves with limited research that nation has. But that is nothing. We are looking for private equity to flow, and we are started getting. But unless the scale in green hydrogen will not happen to make it $1 per kg, unless there is enough finance flowing into it. And so that remains as the
So let us take a question, sir. Yep, please go ahead.
Mr. Bhattacharya, you said regarding the CSR activity was started by 1944 in India first. 1944. That's what your presentation was said.
No, I said that 1953, the father of CSR, Mr. Bowen, wrote a book. And it started from 80s, 70s or 80s onwards, informally as a philanthropy. And then 94 onwards, it took serious proposition. And then it was mandated by Companies Act in 2013. Dr. Chatterjee was...
Mr. Bhattacharya, I would like to correct you. The correct position is, in 1842, one Mr. Thomas of East India Company, there was a drought in UP. And because of the drought, he forced the East India Company to spend $20 billion on the Ganga Canal, which he built from Haridwar to Kanpur. And he built India's first engineering college in Roorkee. That was also built by the East India Company. Thanks due to the Mr. Thomas. Just Mr. Panigray was saying that one honest person can change the life of all other people. See, from 1850 to current date, for the last 175 years, there is no drought in Western UP because of the one person.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Any question?
Ask a question if you have any. Facts we will always look up on Google. Is there anything by way of a question that anyone has? Okay, we can hand over to you, Shubham.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I request the chairperson of our National CSR Committee to come up on the dais and hand over token of mementos to our panelists. So if you may please come up to the dais. Request to hand over a memento to Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee. A round of applause, please. Dr. Panigray. Thank you, sir. You give it to Jaria. Thank you. And the memento from, on behalf of the committee, to our president, Mr. Arnab Basu. Though he has tight schedule today, but still he agreed to be part of the session. Thank you. Request for a group photo? Okay. Thank you so much. Moving straight away, as we are running short of time, we have got a special presentation which will be given by the Director General of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Shubhadeep Ghosh, and the Assistant Director General of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ms. Shoma Mitra Mukherjee. It's a very interesting presentation. We request our Director General and Assistant Director General to be on the dais, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are running a little behind schedule, so I'll try to be brief. We had 10 minutes. We'll try and restrict ourselves to well within 10 minutes. So, my name is Shubhadeep. I work in the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, BCC and I. I have with me my colleague Shoma. She's the Assistant Director General. Now, we have been talking about corporate social responsibility. And incidentally, BCC and I has, we have our own CSR 1 form, which allows us to undertake, CSR projects on behalf of our members and, member companies and even non-member companies. So what we are going to do today is that we wanted to share with you something which we are doing on the field and take your feedback as to, kind of where we are going with it and what we can do with it in the future. And I think it's going to be interesting because ever since we started this session, we have been talking about the need to focus on sustainable projects and the need to kind of focus on sustainability issues, the need to kind of talk about the environmental benefits, which can also sort of bring about a convergence of ethical, environmental, economic and philanthropic sort of responsibility measures by corporates. Now I was looking at the meaning of CSR, and I found this again on the internet. I mean, I'm not taking any kind of sort of legal meaning or statutory meaning, but overall CSR means that it's a self-regulating business model that helps a company be socially accountable to itself, its stakeholders and the public. And given what we have been talking about, I think that what we have been doing is trying to give a new meaning to CSR. From corporate social responsibility, why not move towards corporates in social wealth? Now, what we are trying to do from the Bengal Chamber through this project of reverse climate change, and I'll come to this project very, very shortly, is A, try and create wealth through the grassroots, through our grassroots initiatives. Try and address just transition, which is the process that ensures that everyone is included in the shift towards a low carbon economy in the context of climate change. In the context of just transition, the idea is also to empower those who are absolutely at the forefront of the climate threat, and they're the first ones to lose their homes, their livelihoods and their lives. 3, how can such a project lead to a measurable impact on livelihoods, jobs and income? And 4, in some cases, this is the beauty of this in my mind, in some cases these projects or this project can actually lead back to the operational revenue of the corporate in question through the carbon sequestration route. So what we are going to talk about is reverse climate change. It's an esoteric topic to many. You can't reverse climate change, although still some people are still saying that if you can keep it down to within 1.5 degrees increase, etc., you can still go back after after a certain period of time has lapsed. But we wanted to keep this as a vision, and talk about what we are doing in a coastal ecosystem in West Bengal, where we are headquartered. The idea is to undertake a blue carbon sequestration project in a coastal ecosystem. That's why it's called blue carbon, where the potential to capture carbon dioxide is the highest, because the soil sort of accumulates carbon the best and has very low oxygen content. And you undertake this by empowering the local population, by directly impacting their livelihoods and measuring as to how much you have sort of impacted. Through the plantation of mangrove saplings. Incidentally, mangroves are the most carbon rich trees that you can have, or the forests in the tropics, with a sequestration carbon capture potential of around 386 tons per hectare, which is perhaps the highest. And of course in India, we have about 4,960 odd square kilometers of mangrove cover, which means that in such a project, corporates and the population that you're affecting, as I talked about, CSR being a business model that helps a company be socially accountable to itself, its stakeholders, and the public. So through this project, you can actually bring about a convergence between the ecology and the habitation. Over to you, Shobha.
Thank you, Shubhadeep, and good afternoon to all of you. So, as Shubhadeep mentioned, that it's for us, for Bengal Chamber of Commerce, we are a Chamber of Commerce. So, it is for us, it's not only a CSR project, but going much beyond that. It's kind of we are trying to create social wealth, as he mentioned. So I will just very briefly, I will show you what exactly we are trying to do. So it's a three-layered project that we have designed, and the main, and with a broad objective of mitigating climate change issues. And the methodology, I know that there are various school of thoughts, but here the methodology that we have taken is the removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and the approach that we have taken, or rather chosen, after discussions of various stakeholders and experts. The approach is restoration and plantation of mangrove in Sundarbans. And Shubhadeep has already, informed, he has already told you that why have we chosen a mangrove project, because we understand that, the mangrove plants offsets more than, 3 to 5%, not percent, 3 to 5 times more carbon dioxide than terrestrial forest. So that is the reason why we have chosen a mangrove project. So we have, here Bhaskar sir, our president, Mr. Basu, they were talking about collaboration. Yes, we understood while working at the grassroots that, integrating various ideas and collaborations, these things are very important. So the layered, I was talking about three-layered strategy. So here the three-layered strategy is like skill training and certification. So why we are talking about, why we are doing this skill training, because we have seen, for several years, various, organizations, they are planting mangrove in Sundarbans. But, this mortality rate of mangrove is extremely high. So how do we reduce that, the mortality rate? That is why we need capacity building, skill training. So the skill training is a part of the project, and generating livelihood. We have understood, as Dr. Panigrahi was telling, that without generating livelihood, without involving the community in the project, there is like policing is not possible in any kind of environmental project. So what we realize that we need to create livelihood of people, of community through our project. So it is very much a livelihood generating project, not only an environment project, very much a livelihood generating project, and whom we are giving the livelihood or providing the livelihood or supporting them, the people whom we are training. Currently we are training 5,000 people in three different blocks of Sundarbans. And finally, the objective which I said, that which sequestration of carbon dioxide through this project. And again I am coming back to Bhaskar sir, and he was talking about equitable distribution of fund and also multi-dimensional partnership of the project. Dr. Panigrahi was referring to our own individual responsibilities. So our project is not only dependent on CSR funds. So we are taking, the government of India is our partner, NSDC is collaborating, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Through their support, we are doing this certification and skill development through ASCI, Agriculture Skill Development Council of India. Then corporate partnership, CSR funds are there, and community partnership, because we are involving huge number of people for doing this project. And finally, which is very, very important, that is citizens partnership, which Dr. Panigrahi was mentioning in his speech. We have realized that it is very, very important. So, like through social media campaign, we divided several units, like you donate 1,000 rupees, with your money 100 trees will be planted and one work day will generate. And yesterday we celebrated World Soil Day through that Citizens Partnership Initiative, and on a single day we have planted with citizens contribution. It's absolutely citizens contribution. We have planted 32,000 mangroves and generated work day of 320 people in Ganga Sagar. So that part is very crucial in generating social wealth, which Shubhadeep was mentioning too. Now this impact, the impact is written there, but we really accept the suggestion by Bhaskar sir, that if there is no meaning of patting our own back. So obviously we will, because you have just started the project. It's a 8-month-year-old project. So once we reach to a certain stage, we will engage a third parties agency who will do the impact assessment, because we are saying that we have already given 14 lakh rupees as to livelihood generation as wages. Now it is our responsibility to see how this money is being used by the beneficiaries. So for that we need an impact assessment, and as he said, not patting our own back, we need to engage a third party agency to do that. And this is the way forward, like for 2025, because we have done very small goals, short goals, like 2025, we will be trying, that is our plan in mind, to cover 500 hectares of land, and which means, 20 lakhs of mangroves plantation there, and at least 100 days of work of the people, community people there, and which will, like our understanding and according to our experts, if we can do this, if we are successful in doing this, will sequester about 18,000 tons of carbon dioxide from air per year. And these are the, we understand through our project, we are, trying to address this, 7 SDGs through this project. Thank you for your time.
For this presentation, we will take it up later. Let's move on to the next session. The session on strategic implementation of CSR projects and role of NGOs. To moderate this session, let me welcome Mr. Praveen Karn. Mr. Karn is Group Head Sustainability and CSR with Spark and Minda. He has experience of over 17 years in the development sector, a recipient of Mahatma Award 2022, chosen amongst 25 CSR professionals of India, declared among the 50 most influential CSR leaders of India. He was also awarded with ICSI CSR Award 2021 by Honorable Home Minister of India. Mr. Khan is an expert panel of IICA, member of CSR Committee of ASSOCHAM, CII, jury member of ICSI CSR Award, National Award on Disability, Government of India, and a speaker in more than 100 national and international forums. Welcome, Praveen. Let me welcome Ms. Sujata Singh, the Chief Executive Officer of Future Hope, as co-panelist. Ms. Sen is attached with this organization that works with street and slum children of Kolkata. Future Hope has 6 homes for children, an English medium CBSE school, accredited free school in Kolkata, a skill training center in Barakpur, and a new project of home and a bigger school coming up in Rajarhat. Welcome, Ms. Sujata Singh. Let me also welcome Ms. Madhavi Guha Basu, founder, Slate of Swan, the knowledge partner for this CSR award event. Ms. Guha Basu is an experienced sustainability and ESG expert. Is co-founder of Slate of Swan with over 15 years of experience. She specializes in CSR strategy formulation, monitoring, evaluation, impact assessment. Her expertise lies in ESG consulting, auditing, training, and research. A person who needs no introduction, Ms. Pooja Marwa, the Chief Executive Officer of Child Rights and Youth, a stalwart in development sector. Ma'am, if you can please come up on the stage. And last but not the least, Mr. Arun Arora, Director, Chetak Foundation, a veteran in communication and development sector, is the Director of Strategy, Communications, CSR and ESG at Mayan and head of Chetak Foundation. So, Praveen, in the paucity of time, I'll request if you can wrap it up in another 40 minutes. Yeah. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I guess this is a session before lunch. तो 40 मिनट का समय मिला है और जस्टिस करने की कोशिश करेंगे हम, बिल्कुल 40 मिनट में इसको रैप अप करेंगे ताकि आप इत्मीनान से खाना खा पाएँ. So let me set up the tone. Strategic implementation of CSR projects wherein what is the role of NGO. We are going to discuss that in next 40 minutes. So as a moderator, let me set up the tone about my understanding on corporate NGO roles, responsibilities, and how the strategy should be developed for the right implementation of the project. I have some data which I'd like to start with. NGO Darpan says that there are 1,87,000 NGOs in India. थोड़ा सा इंडियन कंटेक्स्ट में मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, पूरे वैश्विक तौर पे क्या परिस्थितियाँ हैं इस पर भी जिक्र करने की कोशिश हम करेंगे, बट लेट अस फर्स्ट ट्राई टू फोकस इन इंडिया. एक और आंकड़ा कहता है सेंट्रल स्टैटिस्टिकल इंस्टीट्यूशन का, that there are 33 lakhs NGO also in India. I'm not very sure about that, but चलिए मैं ये 1.87 lakhs वाले को रेफर कर रहा हूँ. Right, so Darpan is far more reliable than Pooja ma'am is saying. So taking that, ma'am, and there are 16 lakh companies, corporates in India, out of which approximately 20,000 companies are eligible for corporate social responsibility funding, that is 2% after like 2013 introduction of the law. तो और 27,000 करोड़ के आसपास 30,000 करोड़ आप मान के चलिए लगभग साल का स्पेनिंग है CSR का. इसको मैं थोड़ा सा मैथमेटिक्स लगाता हूँ तो हर एक कॉर्पोरेट के लिए 20 NGOs हैं, 20 NGOs for one corporate, for the purpose of implementation, support, project management support, tech support, etc. Okay, just I mean food for thought for all of us right here, that how the equation is all about here, and the intent is very clear that the GDP has to grow and the country has to reach to that $5 trillion USD economy by 2025. We are somewhere around 3.5 today. NGO और कॉर्पोरेट के साथ मिलकर के डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स को करने के लिए सोशल सेक्टर की जो स्पेंडिंग है पूरे GDP में, यदि मैं इसको देखना चाहूँ, so out of the total GDP, close to 10% of spending is coming from social sector. I do not know it's good or bad, but it's not very good. Let me be very honest. I compared it with some of the other countries also, where this spending is close to 20%, where we are around 10%. India ranks 106 out of 152 countries in Giving Index. अब थोड़ा सा मैं कॉर्पोरेट साइड की बात करता हूँ. Since we are talking about the relationship between an NGO and a corporate, तो दोनों के साइड्स के थोड़े से grievances को, issues को सामने रखते हैं. 14% of the corporate say that NGOs have limited community connect. Agreement, disagreement, we'll talk about it. These are the data. Some or the other reliable sources, I can talk about that offline too. 18% complaints about the poor financial management of NGOs. 23% of grievances about meeting project timelines. 27% saying it's constrained, it is having constrained relationship with government agencies. 41% complaints insufficient technical expertise, and 59% saying insufficient reporting and impact communication. एकदम ऐसा लग रहा है कि जैसा झगड़े वाला माहौल है, नहीं ऐसा नहीं है, मगर these are grievances. We'll try to see that how and why this is coming. Look at the NGO sides. The NGO side is that the corporate is bothered only about compliances. Is it so? I do not know whether all of us would agree or disagree, but the NGO is saying this, and that's also coming from some sources. Pooja ma'am is laughing at it. FCRA का जो सीन अभी चल रहा है उसके बारे में एकदम बात नहीं करूँगा, otherwise ये पैनल शाम तक भी खत्म नहीं होगा. एक 3-year का clause है. There are new NGOs also in the market, but there's a clause in section 135 that if you're not 3-year-old, you would not be awarded a project. So how would an NGO start with a corporate funding, corporate CSR funding? Think about that. That's also one of the constraints. NGOs also saying that reports और photographs की तो बड़ी value होती है corporates के लिए. और एक और स्थिति, this is about an expectation of a corporate, that you issue a fund in the month of March. 15 मार्च के आसपास आप फंडिंग करते हो एक NGO को, कहते हो कि 31 मार्च तक प्रोजेक्ट को इम्प्लीमेंट कर दो, रिपोर्ट बना दो और इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट रिपोर्ट सबमिट कर दो 31 तारीख को. So these are a kind of expectations that the NGOs are, the corporates are having, that NGOs are claiming to be. So with all that, there are pros and cons. अपने NGOs के अपने points हैं, corporates के अपने points हैं, मगर करना क्या, strategic implementation करना है. तो इस पे हम लोग बात करेंगे कि कैसे strategize करनी है. मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूँगा मेधावी जी हैं से. Medhavi ji is a founder to Slate of Son, and Medhavi, I'll give you some 4 minutes to talk, or maybe to refer a presentation as I heard you wanted to refer, where I want to understand that what should be the role in identification, need assessment, or baseline of a project on behalf of a corporate of course. Over to you. You want to refer slides for it? ठीक है. बस समय का थोड़ा सा हम ध्यान रखेंगे, आपके पास 4 मिनट का समय होगा.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I am Madhavi Babasu from Slate of Swan, and as we are into consultancy, assessment, into ESG and CSR, so we have came across different types of projects. So from that, we want to focus the role of NGO in strategy implementation of the CSR project, which is the theme of this the session today. So NGOs are the essential instrumentation in bringing the gap, in bridging the gap between the corporates and the community needs, and they ensure that CSR are not impactful, not only impactful but also it ensures the sustainable and meaningful target audience. So with this, we all know what is NGO and why they play an essential role in the landscape, because they bring the unparalleled expertise. Their biggest strength is they have the grassroots experience, innovative approaches that ensure CSR projects and the design to execute in alignment with the community needs. So the key roles the NGOs that they are performing are basically related to the social needs and priorities, ensuring the corporate investments. Secondly, NGOs design the programs that are targeted and effective and expertise to tailor the initiative to the specific context. Thirdly, they build the trust and the credibility among the larger stakeholders and the communities, and also they make a direct role in implementing the projects on ground. So now let's see what are the strategic implementation role of the CSR projects. There are the very basic two things where most of the areas the NGOs needs to focus. By this knowledge partner also we were going through the application, we have seen here it's pertinent to mention the number of the application for NGOs is much more over here. And the governance issues which needs to be so-called focus upon, looked into issues for the NGOs from the strategic perspective. So when I say governance issues for NGO, it's talked about the accountability and transparency, and definitely it focuses on the baseline assessment and need assessment of the projects. So governance issues in NGO management, it's talk about the lack of the transparencies, lack of the transparencies in the financials management, which can erode and trust among the donors and the stakeholders, and accountability. So there is an improvement required which needs to be bring upon through the need assessment. Need assessment requires to decide on where you need to focus, the geographical location, the type of the stakeholders, the type of the thematic areas, and the way you want to implement. So when I say way you want to implement, then it is beyond the governance level and it comes to implementation. So in the governance, 2 points, need assessment and baseline assessment, which gives an NGO a threshold to decide on what to do. And then it comes to the implementation, that how to do, where the theory of the change came into place. And theory of the change came into place through a strong NGO and corporate partnership. We start from the very beginning of the projects and which align the goals and objectives through a governance of the project between NGO corporates can strictly do a alignment and do the implementation. So that is how the strength of the NGOs can be utilized during the entire project's implementation. So despite the challenges the NGOs are having in lack of the management issues or the governance issues, the strength of the NGOs are their domain knowledge, their geographical expertise and their cultural expertise. So here comes the next topics related to the theory of the changes and implementation, and we all know about it. My next speaker will be talking about that, the implementation of the projects, and I will stop over here, and then I will hand it over to the session moderator.
Thank you, Madhavi. I think very nicely you placed that what is the context of an NGO, strengths of it, and how like the transparency has to be brought in. तो अभी तक हम लोगों ने नीड की बात की है, बेस लाइनिंग की बात की है कि कैसे किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट को आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं और इससे क्या इसमें क्या स्ट्रेंथ्स एनजीओज़ के पास हैं, क्या एक्सपर्टीज़ कौन सी टेक एक्सपर्टीज जो एनजीओज़ दे सकता है कॉर्पोरेट को, इसकी बात हो गई. Now I'd like to go to Arun. Arun ji is the director at Chetan Foundation, and he is having a lot of very good projects that he has done along with many of his NGO partners. So Arunji, I wanted to understand what are the things, what are the roles that an NGO can play for implementation of your project in a corporate? Maybe 4 or 5 minutes for you.
Thank you, Praveen. May I take the liberty of setting context before I answer your question?
Please.
Praveen did not sleep last night preparing to be a moderator. And okay guys, all of you, all of us are responsible for spreading cheer amongst people, right? So let us smile. Why we are all so serious? We are all so serious. Let us be a little more cheerful. Okay, Praveen, thanks for getting that joke on you. And another thing that I notice is like judicially, they choose to use language which is not understood by common people, so that no one intrudes into their area. I get a feeling sustainability and CSR domain is also getting into that language trap, jargon language trap. Why do we have to always go to UN Sustainability Development Goals? For God's sake, we've been doing for millions of years whatever is sustainability, CSR, philanthropy, that is an Indian concept. Why do we rely upon UND 13 number, 14 number aligning with our, let's simplify it. I was learning sustainability, and I believe sustainability is very simple. And sustainability covers everything, including social. We'll come to that. Sustainability, for instance, stands on 3 pillars, three P's somebody mentioned: people, planet, and profits. So I request, let's change profits to prosperity, and let's extrapolate prosperity to include everyone, so that it's an equitable distribution of prosperity amongst the entire society. Okay, and sustainability is what? God gave us human life, plant life, and natural resources. God says use it judiciously so that it lasts forever. So in case we can bring in the 4th P, that is perpetuity, so that whatever we use carefully, so that it is available for the next generation also. Plain and simple, that is what sustainability is. So sharing of resources and equitable is something like we commonly say ESG also, social. So that is where the role of CSR comes in. Like traditional Indian practice wherein there was a concept of donating 15% of whatever we used to earn, right from the ancient days in India. That is Indian culture. So that converted into philanthropy, and later it came to be called as CSR. Now CSR has 2 major components. One is the corporate and one is the NGO. And the most difficult challenge of both parties is to raise funds. CSR, most of the CSR, I choose to believe, are passionate, hard-working people. But there are some CSR who have given a bad name to this community, but I am just ignoring. I choose not to talk about them. Let's talk about people who are passionate to work in remote areas and serve people. Corporates, their first choice is to work in the areas where they get some benefit in the communities they operate in. But they are increasingly becoming open to working in remote areas also. So we have this passionate NGOs, but the challenge is the skill of raising fund. That is something that passionate NGO people do not learn. Okay, so that is where I wonder whether we could have a whole lot of corporates looking for genuine NGOs, whole lot of NGOs looking for genuine corporates who are willing to fund. So organizations like Bangalore Chambers of Commerce, can you come out with a model where you rate NGOs on their capabilities and genuineness so that corporates then can refer to your ratings and straight away approach NGOs, offer their funds to them? So this could be one idea. We'll come back to the rest of the part. Let me bring in other speakers also.
Thank you, Arun. यदि हम लोग गौर से सोचें तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि कोई एक डिवाइड सा क्रिएट हो गया है, एक तरफ कॉर्पोरेट बैठा है, दूसरी तरफ एनजीओ बैठा है. बट स्ट्रेटेजिकली यदि आप देखें, सो context, development programs, this is all about development sector. That's the CSR of the corporate. That is for not-for-profit, who are joining hands with an NGO and for a purpose of creating impact. But in that journey, like अभी तक हमने पहले नीड की बात कर ली, फिर हमने implementation का बात कर लिया. सुजाता जी के पास जाऊँगा. सुजाता जी is the CEO of Future Hope. Sujata ji wanted to understand what is the importance of review, monitoring and evaluation. Part of theory of change was explained by Madhabi in her presentation. What's your views on it?
Thank you, Praveen. Sorry that you didn't sleep last night. But today probably you'll have a very good sleep because you've done a good moderation. Okay, so I am reeling under corporate and donor visit for the last 15 days, including the last 2 Sundays. And may I come on Sunday morning? Of course, please come. This is one corporate and coming from another city. And then they spent Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, part of Wednesday. Then they were here, they said, can we come also on Saturday? So that went. In the middle, somebody said, next Sunday, the following Sunday, somebody said, you know, I'm supposed to come from Indonesia to review you. So is it okay if I come? Of course come. So somebody turned up from Indonesia, and by the way, they are doing, this is for Shoma, and he has done a blue carbon project in 2 villages in Indonesia. There are of course 19,000 islands there. And then that became so good and impactful that they stretched it to 32 villages, and it's one of the most flagship coastal waste management projects in Indonesia. Anyway, then he came. And then he spent Sunday, Monday, and today's, I've forgotten what, today's Friday, yes. And yesterday somebody said from France, we are coming, we'll come at 8 o'clock in the morning. So we said, of course come. And there was somebody who came and said, you know, we are a hockey foundation and we'd like to come at the same time. So we had 3 donors at the same time. Now, am I reeling under pain? No, I'm reeling under happiness. Ultimately, it's a happy thing that they have come to look at us. But each one of them wanted to understand what is the process of what we say is our impact and how do we achieve what to do. So the first one, let me give you his example. He met all our children in the homes. We had around 6 homes, 143 of them, and asked them very difficult questions. He met most of our teachers. He met all our medical staff. He met our cooks. He met our staff. In fact, he asked questions to the cooks. आगे क्या सोच रहे हैं खाने के बारे में? आगे क्या सोच रहे हैं डिनर के बारे में सोच रहे हैं? नहीं. Next few years में खाना कैसे करेंगे? You know. So he was so he went so deep into understanding what impact, what is happening with the vulnerable children we work with, where are they going in their lives, what have they achieved. He met alumni, he met college students, he met everybody possible that we write about in our books. And that's the way that, and it was a difficult few days, but we completely understand that that's the way a corporate looks at, if they are going to give you their money, they are going to really understand what the impact is going to be. But there is one thing that I would like to say, that as an NGO who's doing your work, with a lot of passion and energy, with a lot of experience, domain knowledge, as Madhavi said. You have to stand your ground. You know, I'm doing this because I believe in what I'm doing, and this is what the outcome is. Through the theory of change, the last bit is the outcomes. It's not just only the output. I have 300 children, I have 3,000 children. It's the outcomes. What is going to happen 5 years later to those people, the beneficiaries that you've supported. So, the list of compliances when a corporate looks at you, I thought if I just share that will take up the 3 or 4 minutes you've given me. 1 minute और है, उस 1 मिनट में मैं आपको बताती हूँ, हमारा एक लिस्ट ऑफ कंप्लायंस है, जो हम हमेशा रखते हैं, उसमें है, हमने प्रोविडेंट फंड दिया है या नहीं, इनकम टैक्स दिया है नहीं, FC कोड दिया है नहीं, ESI किया है नहीं, प्रोफेशनल टैक्स दिया है नहीं, फायर सेफ्टी सर्टिफिकेट दिया है नहीं, कॉर्पोरेशन टैक्स दिया है नहीं, इंश्योरेंस का मेडिकल इंश्योरेंस टैक्स, इंश्योरेंस दिया है नहीं, हमारे व्हीकल इंश्योरेंस लेटेस्ट रोड टैक्स दिया है नहीं, JJ एक्ट का हमने कंप्लायंस किया है कि JJ एक्ट के इंस्पेक्टर्स हमेशा आते हैं, हमारा बोरिंग वाटर टैप का किया है नहीं, बिल्डिंग का सर्टिफिकेशन लिया है नहीं, फिर हमारा CBSE स्कूल का सब कंप्लायंस किया है नहीं, स्टार में लगाया है नहीं, ग्रेचुटी दिया है कि नहीं, इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स, इंटरनल ऑडिटर क्या बोल रहा है, ऑफ कोर्स स्टैट्यूटरी ऑडिटर, वी हैव वन ऑफ द बिग 4, the CSR tax, all the Darpan and the hundreds of documents you have to give as for a CSR. Darpan किया है नहीं, legal entity identify किया है नहीं, can I go on and on?
मैंने कहा प्लीज रुक जाइए मैम, बस हो गया आज का खाना हजम नहीं हो पाएगा। तो सच्चाई है, नहीं बिल्कुल, आई कंप्लीटली अग्री टू व्हाट यू सेड सुजाता मैम, एंड this also appears to be a requirement for the corporate, because they are facing their boards, they are also responsible for an appropriate compliance, just not for the act but also for the project, for its implementation. तो दूसरे वाले साइड भी हैं जो जेन्युइन हैं। मैं पूजा मैम के पास आ रहा हूँ, परिचय की मुताज नहीं है पूजा जी, शी इज़ माई सीनियर ऑल्सो, वी आर बोथ जेवेरियंस मैम, एंड क्राई में एज एन CEO वो काम करती हैं। आपके लिए मैंने पहले क्वेश्चन अलग फ्रेम किया हुआ था, मगर मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि नीड से लेके प्रोजेक्ट से लेके इनपुट, एक्टिविटी, आउटपुट, आउटकम, इम्पैक्ट तक हम लोग लगभग पहुंच गए हैं। आप इम्पैक्ट के बारे में बताइए, थोड़ा सा बताइए कि उसमें NGO कैसे रोल प्ले कर सकता है, बट मैं आपके साथ एक रैपिड फायर भी करूँगा इसके बाद, हमारे पास लगभग 7-8 मिनट हो रहे हैं।
So I was just thinking, you know, ये corporate और CSR है और NGO है, and like my colleague just said so ably कि it has become a little bit of a एक बोलिए reality तो ये है ना कि there is a donor and there is a donee, equal relationship नहीं है, right? It is not equal क्योंकि किसी ने पैसे देने हैं, किसी ने पैसे लेने हैं, तो उसमें I think the problem that I'm seeing is that how do you negotiate for long-term impact when you are not equal, right? So this can come only if I think we trust that the people on the other side, the NGO sitting there, is a professional. Like he said, we went to Xavier's. Yes, there is such a profession as social work. People are trained. You know, corporates are not coming today and teaching us how to do impact, right? It's a $3 trillion industry worldwide, yeah, and it has science. So I think there has to be a little bit of trust, and there is science, that we are as bothered about our compliances because we want to be alive. So I think that how I see it is that getting people, our donors, involved in what is the long-term impact and what will be the short-term output is our responsibility. If we start promising the impossible, then people will ask for the impossible, right? So you are coming from an organization where let's say 10% is invested into technology, I don't have a single paisa. But you expect me to do weekly impact reports, right? Now, how do I do it if I don't have investment into technology? And so, for example, we've had an amazing corporate partner, I can take the name, Oracle, who gave us over 3 years, $300,000 to develop the monitoring and evaluation framework. Without that money, we could have not created it, right? So therefore, I can monitor each child, each family, look at their impact. But if I had not got that grant, honestly, the other CSR grants that I get, that, you know, the amount of fight you have over 5% and 10%, you're not going to be able to fund it. So I think trusting that there is professionalism on the other side, right? And helping. What I feel like, you know, if I look at our CSR partners, what have they brought to us? They have brought diversity of thinking. Many times as NGOs, we get lazy. We say, change is very long. Humko 10 saal lagenge. You know, this young man comes along and says, oh boss, mereko batao 6 mahine mein kya mereko report karna. I have to tell my CFO. So it makes you think. I think they are bringing a very welcome impatience. Yeah? And I think as NGOs, that is something we should use. And what do we bring? We actually bring community. Everyone said so much. But what we bring is that even if for your compliance you need a social audit, to get a social audit done, people have to tell you the truth. Communities only tell the truth to people they trust. Indian communities are very smart. If they think कि तुमको सुनना है कि मैं जी बड़ा गरीब हूँ, मेरे दिन में एक भी खाना नहीं होता, but that's what you will hear. If you're going out to, you know, they think that you're going to give them charity. But if they trust and know the NGO, and that's our strength, right? We are there, we are with them, we know them, and many often, remember, many NGOs are led by people from the community, right? So the knowledge of saying, you know, your beautiful formula of theory of change, input, output may not work here. Yeah, I often give this very critical example that we saw, which was, you know, somebody came to us and said, I want to distribute sanitary napkins. And this was a community we were working with in Assam. So we turned around and said, no, we don't want them. So we're like, so rude, no? Why don't you want what we want to give? So we said, in this community, people don't wear underwear. So they need a different solution for their menstrual needs. This is not the solution, right? Now, this is not something I or you sitting in Bombay or Delhi can ever tell. Let me tell you. Only that local leader can tell. So I think that thing of saying, let's look at long-term impact. And I'm Dr. Bhaskar's gone, unfortunately. But I feel like this new rule, which is कि 31st March को सारा पैसा वापस कर दो, नहीं तो हम escrow में डाल देंगे. It has become a real problem on long-term projects. So now I'm sitting and I'm fighting with my CFO because she's saying that, I'm sorry, your partner has only given us money till February end because they won the UC, right? March 31st they won the UC. So I only give you money till February. Who will fund that 1 month? So this expectation that NGOs are vendors, that NGOs have money to invest, I think is something that really needs to be changed. I don't know how to change it, but to tell people कि हम धंधा नहीं करते हैं, हमारे पास पैसे है ही नहीं, आपके ही पैसे हैं, right? We don't have reserve. We're not even allowed. I don't know how many of you are familiar with NGO compliance, but remember, as much as CSR is hedged by compliance, NGOs are also, right? I can only keep 15% of my money. So what can I do? So I think that understanding building is where we have to go.
Thank you, Pooja ma'am. Arunji wants to add something.
Yeah, in fact, amazing thoughts, Pooja ji. We experimented with something new. I mean, on both sides, and at Chetan Foundation, when we set up this foundation, we had to work with NGOs, and we were doing good job. So there are a lot of people who approached us to fund us, and there were some crooks who said, "We'll get you government funding, 70% हम लोग लेंगे, 30% आप ले लो. So we ridicule them. So the first rule we made for our foundation was that we will implement projects along with our partners, but there will be no monetary exchange. Can you believe that? And it has really worked very well. I'll give you a small example. We are a logistics company, so we identified truck drivers as prime beneficiaries, and we discovered in our need assessment survey that 60 to 70% truck drivers in India do not have eyesight good enough to be able to drive on the road, and they are happily driving on the road. So we identified one intervention called eye health checkup for them, so that the eyesight improves and road safety also improves. So we tied up with a couple of organizations. One organization was Vision Spring. The model that we worked on, I was talking about, where there is no monetary exchange, we will put at disposal all our warehouses, offices across 60 cities. We will bring all the drivers, we will provide all the logistics for the day. These guys will bring in their own medical staff, they will check the eyesight, and together we'll hand over free spectacles to these drivers. We have already done it for about 3 lakh drivers, and we aspire to do it for 5 million drivers over the next 5 years. No money exchange, can you believe that?
How does Vision Spring pay those doctors?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. So this is the interesting thing that I'm looking at. Now, Vision Spring tied up with Shell. Shell is an oil company. They were looking to implement this project. They wanted some partner who can provide logistics support. We provided the logistics support. Shell gave money to Vision Spring for buying those spectacles. And between Vision Spring and us, there was no money exchange, but at the same time, the entire project was implemented.
While, Arunji, while I critically, yes, while I critically look at this ecosystem, I find the objectives are common. I agree, funding is one part, one major part of it, but that's not the only part. There are many other things, and we really need to connect these dots to create that robust ecosystem which we all are expected to see in the development sector, where part of the roles have to be played by NGO. And of course, corporates will also have to learn that and get in tune to that kind of a setup which is there. At the same time, NGOs will also have to understand that there are certain SOPs with which corporates are working, with which you have to get acclimatized, accustomed, so that a very good conjugal relationship would be established. मेरे पास 3-4 मिनट और हैं, मैं एक रैपिड फायर कर रहा हूँ, 30 सेकेंड्स में आंसर करना है, ठीक है? और ये सरप्राइज ये वाला प्री पैनल नहीं है, ठीक है? मदावी जी आपसे शुरू कर रहा हूँ. NGOs are partners to corporate, not vendors. Your views in 30 seconds. Do you agree or not? They are treated as vendors.
Definitely, NGOs are partners with the corporates, because without NGO corporate partnership, that nothing will work. And it's starting from the zero implementation of the project, planning, strategizing, resulting into impact, and again replanning. It's an inclusive approach, not an excluding. And there is no vendor-customer relationship. It's a partner relationship.
It's a partner relationship. So this forum right here agree that this relationship should be partners. Thank you. Can you pass on the mic to Sujata ma'am? Ma'am, 1 year budget allocated by a corporate to an NGO, and it is expected to see impact and sustainability, everything out of it. 1 साल का project allocate होता है. You are allocated a budget for 1 year, and NGO is expected to create an impact and also bring out with a sustainability strategy out of it. This is what the expectation of corporate is. 30 seconds.
1 year is difficult, but then you've got to have that dialogue with the corporate in advance. Saying in 1 year, this is what I can do, in 2 years, this is what I can do, and in 3 years, this is what I can do. And believe me, many corporates just come out and believe in you and do it for you.
But you won't be losing on that project because they'll say that we'll look for somebody else.
It's okay. I always believe that you've got to stand your ground.
So with that, my third question comes to Pooja ma'am. Pooja ma'am, it is quite often seen in the sector that only the corporate has the right to select an NGO, not the NGOs have the right to select a corporate. Your views, 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's more or less true, but I think NGOs have to state what are our principles. So, can I take, I'm an organization that works with children. Should I partner with an organization that is harming children? That its product harms children's health, or that it harms them in some way? No. So I think that one has to create a value framework and be able to state why. Like she said so beautifully. You know, I can't do anything but a small output in 1 year. If you are expecting me to do a long-term impact in 1 year, maybe I need to make a choice. Because I know when we get desperate, we are willing to accept even a 3-month project. But we all know that it is not real. There is no impact. So I think we should, as a sector, also sit down and say, let's have the dialogue, let's have the conversation. This is what can happen.
True, dialogues are important. तो अभी जैसे सुजाता मैम ने एक ड्यू डिलिजेंस की लिस्ट बनाई थी, which corporates have for NGOs. Will a NGO be also be having a list like that?
At CRI we do, but it is it will be around their corporate image, probity, and whether they harm our communities or not. It's as simple as that. Actually, it's not very complicated. But yeah, it can be very difficult sometimes within the organization, with the fundraising teams, morally. But I think that we didn't set out to do this because someone told to make profits, right? We set out to do this because we wanted to serve communities. तो वो list तो बनानी पड़ेगी, उसके बिना नहीं होगा.
List बनानी पड़ेगी, and if we all agree, अरुण जी आप India CSR और report को यदि refer करें, 50% of the corporates have their own foundation, तो list साथ काम ही नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि वो foundation implement कर रही होगी उनके projects को. What is your views on it?
Yeah, foundation, I believe. Let me answer this in 10 seconds because I have got something else to share in the remaining 20 seconds. So, foundation is a go-between NGOs and corporates, and that is perfectly fine because foundation on its own cannot implement. They have to rely upon credible NGOs to implement projects, and they are focused function of a corporate to implement projects through NGOs. Okay, I just wanted to bring in the concept of, President Abdul Kalam said, what is that I can do for the country instead of expecting government to do something. Similarly, what is that I can individually do? Can I bring in the concept of ISR, individual social responsibility? What is that I can do to everyone who is less privileged, in addition to expecting corporates to do it, Government of India to do it, ministries to do it, NGOs to do it, so civil society to do it? Can I also commit what is that I'll do to whoever is less privileged in my neighborhood? Thank you.
Thank you, Arunji. I think we had a very good discussion here. I'd like to check with Nishant sir. Do we have time for questions from audience? We can do? Okay, so let's have maybe 3 questions. Gentleman in the front. Okay, if somebody can pass on the mic, and then to backside also. Okay.
Mr. Praveen, what Madam Pooja or Sujata ji said, the concept or the thought has been given in the market that many of these NGOs, they are corrupt people, and this news is spread, most of them, and this news goes to the government also, in the ministry also. You know, in the income tax sector also, few years ago, a trust cannot give money to unregistered trust. And 2 years ago, Madam Finance Minister, they made another law in Section 11 that a registered trust, if they give donate money to another registered trust, 15% of the amount will be disallowed. I wrote
Question, sir.
The question is the concept, the perception of the trust needs to be controlled, and bad people should be avoided.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Who would like to take it up? Yes, please.
You touched upon something that I feel very strongly about. Simple question, simple answer. 10 साल पहले जब मैं लोगों को बोलती थी कि मैं NGO के लिए काम करती हूँ, तो लोग बोलते थे वाह. अब लोग बोलते हैं आपका ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ठीक होगा, लेकिन बाकी लोग चोर हैं. So there has really been a real whittling away of the image of civil society. My worry or analysis is that it is coming from a fear of those who speak the truth to power. It is coming from a fear that came from India against corruption. It came from a fear that NGOs will somehow be these, impeders to our development. Because you will want to, destroy a forest to mine bauxite, and some NGO will stop you, right? So it's very sad that this kind of fear situation that has created a construct of, oh, you are corrupt, you are inefficient. I can't understand it, right? But I also think that as NGOs, we need to take responsibility that we did not do our image building, right? We are only talking to our donors. We are thinking that our great work should speak for itself. No, I think the lesson to say is learn, and I put that down. The one thing we need to learn from corporates is communication. Communicate, have our bodies in place, be able to counter and forget counter, but build the positive narrative of what we have done, right? Today we have a right to education in this country because of NGOs. We have a right to information, we have a right to food. Children are getting midday meals because of NGOs. Nobody knows this because we've not told the story.
I think a very good point, Pooja. One, NGOs can work on enhancing their image, and it will be backed by the good work. Obviously. Second is, like I suggested earlier, maybe some credible independent agency which rates these NGOs, and then based on that, corporates can choose to approach certain NGOs. Yeah. Okay, let's take. Yeah.
One more. That's the last question that I can take. Okay. Okay, I'll try to come, but yes, please. Maybe we can take offline some questions. Go ahead, please.
So, there are two things that I like to ask to this panel also, and the August House, those who are present, can address on that issues. First thing is that Pooja ma'am has already mentioned about that if the NGO's income, like 100 rupees in a year, it means that 85%, it means 85 rupees that has to be spent in that year. And rest 50%, it means that 15 rupees that can be carried forward for the next financial year. So one simple thing that if the budget has been restricted by the CSRs for a certain period of time, how the people, those who are running the program on the ground, the people, those who are involved in the organization to take the program forward on the ground on the behalf of CSR and NGOs, how they can survive in the system. So,
thank you for the question.
And second thing is that, so if we look into that already the Joint Secretary of Home Ministry has mentioned about that, the CSR law has to be revised on the basis of that, where they should not have their mandate in their factory areas. They can focus across the nations. In that respect, that I like to bring one information in that if we see, we are working for the development SDGs goals or development projects on the ground. At the same time, we are creating the employment for the youths and the many of the people who are involved in the program. But if we look into the kind of jobs opportunity that is very much concentrated in Mumbai and Delhi, what about the rest of the country? Because peoples are now getting migrated in search of suitable jobs in such cities. So what will be your take on that?
Got it. Thank you for the question. Can you pass it to the gentleman in the front? Let me take his question also, then finally we'll come back with an answers. So please, question.
I am Nirav from Art of Living. So there are a lot of ways in which NGO touches the people. The main thing is NGO go to the ground and they have a very strong relations, they build strong relations with the people. And ultimately what they bring is the happiness to those people. So we have so many non-measurable goals with the NGOs, and that is to connect with the people. And that is where I see some disconnect between the CSR funders, because they look after the measurable goals, while NGOs are very specialist in non-measurable goals. How do we bring in this balance?
Thank you for the question, sir. तो सबसे पहले मैं admin और survival वाले question पे आता हूँ. Sujata ma'am, would you like to take that? Sure.
So that's this question was also about impact. So you can show impact through data. So this is what happened, how many numbers, etc., which is quantitative data. And you can also give those other stories of happiness or improvement through qualitative data. So this is all can be done, and this should be done actually.
I think there was a question from the gentleman on the backside. It's about the priority admin expenses of 15% carry forward wali point thing that is yet to be addressed. Pooja ma'am would like to take that up.
So two things. I mean, I'm badly situated to answer this. I'll tell you why. Because CRY, for its first 20 years, ran a dhanda of cards. So we were not, we didn't have to follow this. You are talking about organizations who are getting only grants. So I would say build up your alternative sources. Who are your individual donors who will not get overexcited about, just a project, just that amount. You need to build that up. You need to build a corpus. Go to people and say, don't give me money now, give me an endowment. I will at least use 10% of it, right? Because organizations have to look at their own sustainability and their own institution building, right? Otherwise, how will you grow? How will you have a second generation or a third generation? So I would say we need to get cleverer with understanding financial management, sources of money, and how to get those different sources of money. So never put all your eggs in one basket, and especially not into the grant basket, right? So if you get only CSR grants, you will not be able to sustain yourself. So build that for yourself.
Quick 30 seconds.
So just further adding to what Pooja has said, the 15% relates to corpus, so which you can take forward. Yeah, but CSR grants are usually you have to give your utilization for the amount that you've got for the period that you've got. So there is a little bit of a distinction.
Sure. Art of living वाला जो सवाल था.
Okay, art of living.
About the qualitative goals.
Gentlemen from Art of Living, I'm really delighted that you spread happiness. Okay, and if corporates who are donating to Art of Living, if they are obsessed about measuring it, just convert happiness into how it improves the physical and mental health and pass it on to them.
And there are ways also. There are SROI techniques as well that can be shown to them, provided you have to make it understand to that corporate too. And the last question that we had about the priority areas, yes, the law gives preference to the priority area, but it doesn't restrict you to go to any of the part of the country. If you look at section 135 and Schedule 7. So in Schedule 7, promotion of employment is also something which is one of the clause that you can refer to, but at the same time, you are not restricted. Unfortunately, it's a fact that majority of the spending in CSR is in Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Karnataka. These are the top 3 states in India where we have the highest spending. And spending in places like northeastern states are close to 1% in CSR. It's J&K, of course. But now we have seen in last approximately 3-4 years that this spending are going to some of these difficult terrains also other than the priority area. But at the same time, I do agree कि government के भी कुछ programs आ रहे हैं. One has to refer that we have aspirational blocks program. An adoption of that program along with a corporate and an NGO would be a very good equation to be made. So with that, समय की समाप्ति हो चुकी है. Sorry, Nishan, we have taken a little more time, but I think it was a very productive discussion that we had, and we all really need to connect these dots to bring in that robust relationship among corporate, NGO, government, all the stakeholders to bring in the right objective, the ultimate objective. And this is possible by supplementation and leveraging the strengths of each of the stakeholders. So that is the final comment from our side. Thank you very much for being the part of this discussion.
Thank you, Tony. Please stay back on the stage. May I welcome the chairman of CSR committee of Bengal Chamber, Jitendra sir, and Dr. Nipasha Sharma, a senior member of the CSR committee, to hand over a moment to the panelists, please. Before we break for lunch, I think I'll just sum up the two key things from the session. That is trust and transparency between corporates and NGOs. I'll be very transparent. We are running late. We are running behind the schedule, and I'll trust you all to be back by 2:40. Thank you. We break for lunch. Yeah, lunch is served with that terrace. Discussion shortly. So, in the morning session, we talked about CSR 1.0, CSR 2.0. The topic for the third panel discussion is very much related to what we discussed in the inaugural session. The future of CSR, transforming India via sustainable impact. Let me introduce you to all the panelists. May I request Mr. Amitabh Shah, Founder and Chief Inspirational Officer, Yuva Unstoppable, to moderate this session. Mr. Shah, after completing his master's from the prestigious Yale University, declined a Wall Street job to work on real streets of India and support 6 million kids in 25 states. Recently, he was made Government of India's Vikshit Bharat Ambassador. He was appreciated by Honorable President of India, Sri Ramnath Kovind, in March 2021 for relentless humanitarian effort. Amitabh bhai, welcome you on the dais, please. Request Ms. Anita Richard Santumaira to join Mr. Shah on the podium on the dais, please. Ms. Santumaira heads HR, CSR and ESG verticals of SBI Card. She has 3 decades of banking experience with SBI. She has risen through the ranks within SBI Bank and holds rich experience in various challenging operational assignments, right from retail, international and corporate banking. Postings range from metro cities, rural areas, as well as international posting in Singapore. In all these roles, she has focused on customer centricity, continuous engagement and collaboration with all stakeholders. Special attention has been given to CSR activities in all her roles and got tremendous opportunity to give back to the community through various CSR initiatives. Ms. Santumaira, we are pleased to have you with us on the panel. I now request my elder brother, Kumar Anurag Pratap, is the Vice President, CSR Capgemini Technology Service India Limited, to join us on the panel. Pratap sir brings with him more than 26 years of diversified experience in CSR and community development, and is a strong pillar of the CSR committee of the Bengal Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Sir, we welcome you on the podium. I welcome Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Jha to join us as one of the panelists. Mr. Jha heads CSR and sustainability of JK Lakshmi Cement Limited. He is an accomplished professional with over 25 years of experience in CSR, ESG and sustainability, holding advanced qualification in economics, rural development and management. He specializes in strategic CSR initiatives, decarbonization, net zero goals, stakeholder engagement, and diversity. His previous roles included leading environment and social initiatives at GMR Energy Limited, Hydro Strategic Business Unit, focusing on project in compliance with IFC and ADB standards. A recipient of 100 Most Impactful CSR Leader Award, Mr. Jha has also published and is a published author, an activist speaker, and a member of prominent sustainability committees in India. We welcome you on board, sir. I now take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Gulrej Mohammed, Technical Director, KPMG. Mr. Gulrej is a seasoned development professional with 18 years of experience of working at the grassroots with government, multilateral and co-op and corporate to create sustainable impact in India, South Asia and Africa. He has been pioneer in creating synergies and collaborations with different stakeholders to achieve innovative solutions for lasting impact. Presently, he is co-leading the CSR social advisory practice at KPMG in India. Amitabh Bhai, I will hand over the podium to you to moderate the session, and I'll request if you can wrap up this session in 40 minutes.
Thank you. So, first of all, I think a huge round of applause to Bengal Chamber of Commerce for beautifully organizing this program. And the entire team also worked behind the scenes relentlessly. I think we must appreciate them one more time with a huge round of applause. And also, I think given what the initiative and the program is about, I think we must give a big round of applause to all the beneficiaries who have given us an opportunity to serve them. So round of applause for all the beneficiaries across the country that all of us combined are doing Seva for. I would like to kick this off by some words from Dr. Kalam. And you know, luckily at the early age of 20 to 23, I got an opportunity to spend almost 5 years where he was mentoring the work that You Are Unstoppable was doing off and on. And I would go to him and say, sir, Desh badalna hai. So I thought he would say education, health, sustainability, environment, corruption kam karo. I thought, you know, scientific breakthroughs. But he said, go home and make your mother smile. I said, if I make my mother smile, how will the country change? He said, if your mom is happy, who will be happy first? I said, obviously, my father. If your parents are happy then, I said, well, me and my brother and the family. If the family is happy, the society and the country. So every year you get about 500,000 kids to write stories of how they made their mom smile. Someone said I made dhokla for her, it was very bad but she ate it. Someone said I pressed her feet. Someone said I broke my piggy bank and brought a dress for her which was twice her size but she said I'm going to keep it. Someone said I wrote a poem for her. And Kalam sir would come 3-4 times a year and spend time with some of these mothers and children. So that is the message I want to start off with. Because I think while we talk about sustainability, I think it's equally important, and the discussion that we are having at lunch with Anita ji is on the importance of sustainability of us as human beings, on our mental health. You know, a lot of us in this sector who are serving, you know, they have got that emotional mood swings, ups and downs, but how do we stay balanced and create a better impact? I think that's incredibly important. And one great example that comes to my mind before I start the panel is of a girl called Priyanka Ghosh, who's standing right there with us, who's overcome all the odds and is on her way to be a great cardiologist or a surgeon. So I'm going to ask Priyanka to quickly give her introduction to all of you so that you can see what is resilience in action. So Priyanka, why don't you share your journey?
Thank you, sir. I'm Priyanka Ghosh. First of all, thank you to all of them from Amitabh sir for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself. So I'm Priyanka Ghosh. Currently I live in Delhi, but I belong from West Bengal. My father works in a shop, he's a salesman, and my mother is a housewife. From childhood my dream is to become a doctor, but seeing my family's economic condition, I was just at the stage to compromise my dream. As my parents do not have that enough capability that they could bear all my study expenses. But then in my 10th grade, I got around 90% and I got to know about Yuva Unstoppable through my school. I gave scholarship test and then I got selected. And Yuva Unstoppable carry all my study expenses in 11th as I was studying in my nearby coaching, and in 12th only because of Yuva Unstoppable I was able to study in the most prestigious Akash Institute. And now I am preparing for NEET examination to get my MBBS college. And I also want to add that the dream of becoming a doctor is from my childhood, as I saw many people, especially women, who died because of not getting the proper treatment, because of the bad infrastructure that they died. And in my rural areas, one of my relatives who is very close to me, she died. From that stage, it's my inspiration and motivation that I should do and I have to do. And Yuva Unstoppable provided me tablets and laptops for my studies. And they provided many mentoring sessions also, as I am a single child of my family. So that stress always struck my mind that who will do if I fail? Who will do for my parents? So like Yuva Unstoppable mentoring session give me that motivation. Like if I ask any question to the mentors, they give me honest replies, that inspiration, that motivation, that what I have to do. If I sometimes feel that, oh, let's take rest, sometimes then I will study. But that time I have to think about why I am doing so. Why? For my parents, they are continuously give efforts for my studies, for my long-term studies. So, like, I also want to add that there are many big businessmen, many rich men in this world, but the like that Amitabh sir think, the whole Yuva Unstoppable thing, that to contribute all over the world to all the children worldwide, like me, like is a great like Yuva Unstoppable is a blessing for me and my family. Without them, maybe my studies will not continue. Thank you so much. I will give my 100% effort to my future. Thank you.
God bless you. God bless you. And the last name is Ghosh, and it was Bengal Chamber of Commerce, so we had to get her here. Thank you so much. And I think we should also have a big round of applause for Sir, dear Bhaskar Chatterjee sir is here, and the man behind the CSR policy, and so many other incredible initiatives for the country. A lot of us would not be doing what we are doing if this was not drafted. So sir, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. Thank you for all you have done for the country. So my first question to the esteemed jury is, and I would like to start with Anurag ji from Capgemini. Sir, थोड़ा मुझे बताया गया कि I'm supposed to keep it also a little light, right? There have been some heavy panel discussions before this. This is the last one. So if you had a magic wand, one thing, sir, that you would like to change about England?
I'll abolish the CSR head positions. That's one that I'll certainly do this program.
Why?
दूसरा I'll do जो जितने सारे awards हो रहे हैं ना उसको मैं थोड़ा कम कर दूँगा. तीसरा जो इतने सारे conferences हो रहे हैं उसको भी कम कर दूँगा. And third, these are serious answers. These are not like answers. कभी-कभी ऐसा होता है ना, and I'm trying to be in both the languages. कि कभी-कभी ऐसा होता है कि there is so much of, I'd say, free-flowing knowledge जो आता है, लोग को लगता है कि मैं ही ज्ञान हूँ, मेरे से ज्ञान मिलना. And the moment you sit here on this particular dais, you start thinking कि वो जो बैठा है उसको कुछ नहीं पता है, मैं ही सब कुछ जानता हूँ. तो I'll do PPTs of the world and I'll do बड़ा लंबा चौड़ा भाषण में दे दूँगा without realizing कि boss, what people are seeking is practical answers. I can read books, I can read policy documents, I can read act, I can read notifications which is what we should do. Give me answers how to handle this. Give me answers how you have managed this. Give me answers की ethical तरीके से how I can live my life in a more I'd say without much of hassle. नहीं तो फिर हमारा फिर वही होगा कि हम इसलिए जैसे भास्कर से बैठे हैं इसका इंसाइट से भी कर लेते हैं. You can come out with the bulky documents. ये सरकार का दस्तावेज है, पढ़ लो. Without understanding the boss, उसको पढ़ना भी एक कला है. And there are people who can understand this, so let them be there and explain things in a way that people can understand and go back thinking that I came, I spent one full day in a conference like this. When I'm going back, there are 8 things that I've learned. And the moment people start realizing that I have learned 8 things, the whole purpose of a seminar, a workshop, a conference is achieved. But the moment you feel फिर वही गाना होगा, फिर वही बजाना होगा, फिर वही नगाड़े होंगे, कि वही रॉबर्ट चेम्बर्स ने अपनी किताब में लिखा था, एक्साइजेस सारे बच्चों ने पढ़ा होगा इसका। यूज्ड टू रीड अ बुक कॉल्ड पेडागॉजी ऑफ ऑपरेस करके, इसके अंदर में एक रॉबर्ट चेम्बर्स टॉक्ड अबाउट इगोसेंट्रिक रेमिनेंस रेशियो। जैसे जैसे आप बड़े होते चले जाते हैं ना, आपका ईगो और बड़ा होता चला जाता है। ये पुरुषों में ज़्यादा पाया जाता है, ये उन लोगों में ज़्यादा पाया जाता है जो कि किसी कमेटी के हेड हो गए हैं या किसी संस्था के प्रमुख हो गए हैं। उनको सब जगह ऐसा लगता है कि जब मैं था तब, जब मैंने ये किया था, और विदाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग की प्रॉब्लम ऑफ 2024 इज डिफरेंट प्रॉब्लम ऑफ 2014। सो 2024 का प्रॉब्लम का सोल्यूशन 2024 में होगा, 2014 में नहीं होगा, 2005 में नहीं होगा, 1972 में नहीं होगा, 1947 में नहीं होगा। उसमें धोती कुर्ता पहनना लाजमी था। मोहन का आजकल के पूजा में नहीं पहनते। तो चीज़ें बदल गई हैं, तो चीज़ों को उस हिसाब से लेना जरूरी है। इफ यू गिव मी अ मैजिक वैंड, I'll change few things. And when I say CSR heads, and I'm taking one more extra minute from your side, the reason why I say CSR heads need to change their approach somewhere, because आपके अंदर अगर risk taking ability नहीं है ना, you will never be able to support NGOs, because then you will only go for those NGOs जिनके glossy brochures आते हैं, जिनके glossy वेबसाइट्स होते हैं, जिनके 4-5 अच्छे रिकमेंडेशंस होते हैं। यू विल ओनली गो फॉर दोज। क्योंकि जो छूटा हुआ रह जाता है ना, जो कि गांव में संघर्ष कर रहा है, अच्छा काम किया है, नेवर गेट द सपोर्ट। एंड आई ऑलवेज टेल CSR heads that be a bit, थोड़ा सा अपने हाइट पेडेस्टल थोड़ा नीचे आ जाओ। यू मीट दोज पीपल, एंड जिस दिन आप वो उनसे मिल के बात करने लगोगे ना, तब काम पड़ना शुरू हो जाएगा। दूसरी चीज, पहले पैनल में बात हो रही थी कि CSR अर्बन सेंट्रिक रह गया है, या CSR, आई डोंट कॉल इट CSR, एयरपोर्ट सेंट्रिक हो गया है। जहाँ जहाँ एयरपोर्ट है वहीं पर CSR हो रहा है, बिकॉज वी ओनली गो टू दोज प्लेसेस जहाँ पे एयरपोर्ट है, कनेक्टिविटी है। दीज डेज CSR heads are not traveling even by train। बाकी तो छोड़ ही दो, आप कितने लोग डांस गए हैं, कितने लोग बस्तर गए हैं, कितने लोग अंबिकापुर गए हैं, कितने लोग अनूपपुर गए हैं, कितने लोग सरगुजा गए हैं, कितने लोग झारसीगुड़ा गए हैं। You ask that particular thing from a CSR head, suddenly then you realize कि क्यों चीजें नहीं हो रही। And the moment we change that particular वो change जिस दिन आ जाएगा ना, उस दिन चीजें बदल जाएंगी थोड़ी बहुत। I really appreciate when you call someone to talk about their history, और उनके struggle से जब अपन शुरू करते हैं ना, तो कहीं आप we all become so humble there। अचानक आपको लगने लगता है कि आपकी लड़ाई कितनी छोटी थी। People fought against all the odds to come to this particular stage and talk about things that they have done. हम लोग वो बात नहीं करते, हम लोग बात करते हैं मैंने क्या किया। But if you ask me, अनुराग तुमने क्या किया, तो मैं पिछले 10 साल से I have been a good networker, जहाँ पे नेट मेरा होता है, वर्क मेरे NGOs का होता है। मैं सिर्फ नेट कर रहा हूँ, उनका काम को मैं नेट करता हूँ और आके प्रेजेंट करता हूँ कि ये इतना काम कैपजेमिनी ने किया। लेकिन कैपजेमिनी is just giving fund, Capgemini is just supporting them. Actual delivery of the work is being done by the NGOs there, and I need to salute them. जो अपन हिंदी में या अपने मेरे तरफ में I come from Eastern India, तो बोलते हैं ना कि श्रृंगार है CSR का, तो एक्चुअल श्रृंगार CSR का जो NGOs है वो है। हम तो जाके अवार्ड लेके आ जाते हैं। We never acknowledge them.
So, I mean, absolutely incredibly practical, and this answer was straight from the heart, not from someone who's heading the Capgemini Foundation. And one thing you mentioned, sir, even I feel that from this conference, even if you take not 8, but just one thing or 2 things back home, I think it'll be excellent. And also, sir, the point you mentioned about NGO Shringar hai, you are giving dignity and respect to the NGOs, which is extremely important to look at them as, equal and level playing ground partners actually. So thank you for bringing those up. Anita ji, pura mahol badal gaya hai, I feel, but the same question I have for you. But I want to add another question on top. One is that one change, if you had a magic wand you like to bring about in India, but also what has been your personal philosophy on giving?
I would like to thank Bengal Chambers of Commerce for organizing this conclave, and Mr. Amita for having me here. Thank you so much. So if I have a magic wand, I would rather like to see what kind of opportunities can be created for people across the globe. Because what I find that there are people who miss on opportunities, and if we can help in whatever way in creating opportunities for them, that will make a profound impact. And that is what I feel is very important. So all kind of opportunities, equal opportunities, help uplift people. I would like to see that there is no poverty in this world. People have the meet their education requirements and live a life of prosperity. And in that, I would also like that people lead simple lives. Nowadays, life is so complex. There is a lot of complexity, and everyone have a different set of mind. Our older generation have a different set of thoughts. Our younger generation are totally different. They have different thoughts. So rather, I would like to have people with simple thoughts, lead a simple life, be happy, and make others happy. And for my personal feeling, see, whenever we reach out to people, and we have seen people in various parts of India where we have reached out and tried to make a difference in their lives, it gives a lot of satisfaction, and that is where we get the sense of feeling that I'm such a small grain on this earth, and I can do a difference. If each person thinks that I can make a difference, it is possible. That's all.
I think the true leadership is living a simple life. I think that was very, very, very powerfully portrayed. Thank you, Anita ji. Jha sir, I had a question for you. Luckily, इनमें से किसी ने मेरे पास questions पहले से मांगे नहीं है, तो they have no idea what's coming their way. So sir, हमने briefly बात की carbon footprint की, carbon sequestration की. अगर and I know that is an area of your interest as well. अगर आपको environment minister बनाया जाए, so just some thoughts that you would like to give that you feel that all of us should contribute towards.
Thank you, Amita, and thank you, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, for inviting me. So, even if you have not given me this question, privilege of the question, I would have definitely take it up. That if I would have the magic wand, I will try to fix the problem of India's elementary education, because I very firmly believe that if irrespective of a child, wherever he or she is sitting, irrespective of the location, area, gender, caste, economic status, if a child gets quality education and the youth gets, and as soon as a person becomes 18, 19 years old, he has the best of the education, he or she take care of the country, society, family, and most of our poverty-related problem will get fixed. I am a very firm believer in that, and I very strongly believe, and why I am saying this, in terms of the opportunity, Amitabh, that see, with $3 trillion economy we have as of now, 3 or 3.5, let's say in next 10 years we will be hitting $10 trillion or $12 trillion economy. And currently we have a spend of 25,000 crore or 26,000 crore of CSR, at a macro level. So imagine we will have close to 1 lakh crore, the total resource that will be available. And I see very strongly that gives a humongous amount of opportunity to CSR professionals, social development practitioners, I would say, whether they are sitting in the corporates, whether they are sitting in NGOs, or whether they are sitting in, the community. That is a tremendous opportunity. But the biggest question would be, how are we going to capitalize on this opportunity? Because this is an opportunity when if it gets missed, probably then we will also be put in the dock that, what is it that you people have done as a part of social development practitioner? So that, having said that, in terms of also, another key point that I wanted to highlight, another key opportunity that is coming up, that most of the CSR fund is going to the comparatively, the better of states, whether it is Gujarat, Maharashtra, and the government is also pushing it very, very strongly that how come the underdeveloped or, mid-level developed states will be getting a fair contribution of, the CSR funding. So that again gives lots of opportunity to the NGOs or civil society organizations who are working in those areas, particularly in the aspirational districts. So that is Now coming to your this question, I see very strongly that ESG is also very strongly emerging, and with the Indian carbon market, there are not only Indian carbon market which is very clear, and I know that many people are already aware of that because the government of India has notified almost 140 offset areas for carbon emission, GHG emission, and sustainable agriculture, wasteland development, water, and renewable energy. These have been notified as one of the key areas where a tremendous opportunity for the social development practice, particularly renewable energy as well as, let's say, smokeless solar and all that stuff. Because they will be the agency who will be facilitating between the corporate and the local community. And I was hearing one of the expert in the government of India for for the Indian carbon market. They are saying that it is going to be one of the biggest commodity market in India. Now you can imagine how much opportunity that is going to give to all of us. Human rights, diversity, inclusion, and gender mainstream is another area because corporates are also doing lots of work on skilling, the education and all that. But these are also very strong areas where I see that social development practitioners have a comparative advantage in terms of taking this agenda forward. And the corporate will also be highly dependent on social development practitioners. So when particularly, it comes to me, I very strongly believe it is not about CSR versus, the NGOs. We are a part of a social development arena, and these are the opportunities which will give all of us tremendous opportunities to build and to tell that it is not a not-profit sector that you are talking about. We are very part of the profit center. We are creating that kind of ecosystem which is helping the business also, whether it is in the field of social license to operate, creating social license to operate, or helping them in terms of Indian carbon market or other opportunity that is coming up. On that note, I will leave. Thank you.
Beautiful. I think especially raising the point of Indian carbon market is incredibly important. And as we were speaking outside, we are actually planning to do 2 crore trees next year through agroforestry and improve the farmers' livelihood by almost 40% by giving them fruit trees. And these are going to be carbon credit, carbon sequestration registered projects on Vira. So we are seeing a huge push towards that direction. Gulrez, my question also stems, so I just came back from Japan yesterday, and I had gone there to spend 3 days with Nippon Foundation, and Mr. Ajay Piramal was also there with us. And we were about 20-25 philanthropists and humanitarians, and we were discussing different things. In India, about $7 billion is given in CSR every year. The government spends about $250 billion for all the different social impact initiatives. 15% of India lives in aspiration districts, but only 1.5% of CSR goes there. So I was a little curious about what are your thoughts on how could we leverage this 7 billion to help that 250, and how could we mobilize more support also for the aspirational? So two questions for you.
Right, thank you. So a couple of things which I would like to touch upon here. So when we look up at, and this has been hello, yeah. So this has been mentioned by many people before since the morning. A change in the strategy in how we are designing and implementing our CSR, so that the communities which are left out till now get served. Now, as we look up at the CSR, how it has evolved, initially the whole thought was around to be compliant, and now there has been a shift towards impact, and that majorly being contributed towards the policies of the government, wherein now impact has become a focus. Now, as we go forward, now we have to look up at what has been the major challenges in terms of how CSR being implemented in the country. And one of the aspects about it is that it is very imbalanced in terms of the communities and the geographies that it is reaching out and benefiting. Also, some of things which we do not talk about, there are so many issues which are just not getting touched upon because of, I would say, the risk-averse thought process in some of our, corporate environment, right? Say, for example, even in the 21st century, we have manual scavenging an issue over here in India. and no corporate is looking up at these. So these are the challenges until unless we look up at, and because CSR thought process in Bhaskar sir is over here was to come up with these impactful, innovative programs which otherwise are not being tried because of XYZ reasons, and give it to the larger society and the government to understand, learn, and then scale up. We have talked about collaboration, and then this was something which in the previous panel we were talking about collaboration with NPOs, but how we are looking up at our NPOs as just giving fund to them. Because see, we expect them to provide the best of the deliveries, efficiency, effectiveness and all that. But until unless they invest in their systems and processes and their team, how they would be able to deliver and how much of budget is being allocated when they come up with the, this is their HR expenses or this is their admin expenses. So those discussions we have to look up at. If we want our NPOs to perform, we would have to invest in them. Similarly, coming to the government, when we are expecting them, government has taken a lot of initiatives and has made a tremendous effort in this direction. And there's a bit of further, I guess, effort needs to be taken about. See, today, if a corporate wants to invest, and they always want to collaborate with the government, right, agencies. But in each and every district, a corporate when wants to go and invest, they will have to do that understanding, go and find out their stakeholders and discuss that. Second corporate, when they want to do, they have to do the whole process all over again. There's no mechanism of all this information being facilitated in a way that this is not a repetitive, and there can be efficiency brought in terms of accessing information on where you should invest so that you become more impactful as per the need of those communities or those regions. Talking about, there have been also a lot of discussion around innovation, and the panelist member before me had thrown light upon it. When I talk about innovations, and hence very important when we are looking up at scaling up and drawing these extra resources and as an investment into CSR. Innovation in itself should not be promoted until unless it is looked up from the perspective of it being financially viable. In a country like India, if I do something in a very controlled environment as a CSI initiative, right, and I tomorrow would want government or someone else to scale it up, it needs to be something which is viable financially and inclusive, right? Until I am able to, address those aspects, it would not be scalable. It would just remain a project of mine, which I can showcase in my annual report. But yes, if I want it to be taken to the areas where it is required and scale up, I guess I need to look into these aspects about innovation, that how I make it scalable and adopted. Yes, so these are some of the thoughts.
No, thank you. I think very, very meaningful, and I think your point of looking at it as a way to also take risk and ensuring the financial viability is there. I think these are amazing points. So now, guys, after those initial comments, looking at the time, I'm going to ask you guys a few quick questions, which I'm going to request you to answer in a rapid fire format. So my first question is to you, Anita ji. If you want to share one specific example of a sustainable project impact that created sustainable impact from SBI card, which is close to your heart, if you can just please share with us.
An example. So from an example point, I can tell about this flagship project that we are doing with IPCA, where it is all about effective waste management. So the waste that are generated from houses and corporates, those are segregated by this organization. They have an entire plant where they segregate this. And now what they have evolved and what they are doing is with this segregated material, they are actually manufacturing benches and chairs which can be supplied to schools. So it becomes a part of my rural development also, where we cater to the infrastructure requirements of schools in rural areas. So we are supplying these benches and chairs to these schools. So it's such a sustainable way where right from the waste management to an infrastructure requirement which can be provided to these rural areas, and helping in the educational growth of these societies. So this I find is a very sustainable way of going forward.
I think it's fantastic, and one day I hope all these chairs and everything comes from there. The furniture comes from there here as well. Anuragji spoke about risk taking. One project where you took risk and it did pay off, and one where it paid off, both.
There are a number of them. It will be very difficult asking a parent ki tell me कि कौन सा बच्चा तुम्हारा बहुत अच्छा है, कौन सा बच्चा खराब है तुम्हारा. But I'll give you a few things that we did when we were not having all the answers there in our hand. We still work with, we are working with minor scavengers. We work with sex workers communities. And when we created a project around them saying that we work with, इनकी जो बच्चियाँ होती हैं, can we sponsor them till they, and we also borrowed this particular एक program design हुआ करता था कि 10वीं क्लास तक या 12वीं क्लास तक we'll educate them. But what we said that we'll support you till you wish to study, or till you get the job, or you raise your hand to say that no more studies for me. मैं अपनी जिंदगी को जी रहा. And when we started this particular project, we had limited understanding. तो अपन ने ये सोचा था कि दोपहर में क्लास होगी, शाम में बच्चे अपने घर जाएंगे, पढ़ाई कराएंगे और चीजें चलेंगी. पहले साल सॉलिड तरह से फेल हुए. क्यों फेल हुए? Because we realized कि HIV के जो बच्चे हैं, उनको अगर हम HIV की मेडिसिन नहीं प्रोवाइड कराएं, if we do not provide them with nutrition and only talk about education, it will never happen. Sex workers के बच्चे जो कलकत्ता में we work with them at Bora Bazaar, we work with them at Sonagachi. We realized that I can't send these kids, girls back to their mothers in the evening because उसी समय में उनकी mothers are there with the clients. So I need to keep them in, and we were doing this initial 6 महीने. प्रोग्राम फेल किया, वो मतलब उसका पोस्टमार्टम करने जाओ तो कुछ नहीं मिलेगा प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर. We are working with multiple disabled girl kids at Hyderabad. Again, if I don't bring in therapy there, if I don't bring in referrals there, education will not work. And every location has a different set of communities with whom we were working. We call them stigmatized communities there, invisible communities there. And when we were launching this particular project, I still remember my board asked me, Anurag, what is the success percentage that you are thinking in? And I'm talking about 2014, and I said, rough calculation says around 35 to 40%. One of the board members said, why we are doing it then? 30 to 40% success, शुरुआत में लेके चल रहे हो, तुम्हारा कहना 30% which means 40%, which means that we'll achieve around 20-25%. So, I said if we don't do this, then zero है. Zero से अगर if I am reaching to 25 to 30% or 40%, that's a huge jump that we are making. So आज की तारीख में, in light is the name of the project here, that has received the maximum external recognition there. And I still remember 22 में जब COVID था, the first cohort of these girls crossed their class 10th. All of them passed their class 10th. Some of them got numbers में जोड़ता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन अपने बच्चों का नंबर जोड़ते तो इनके नंबर क्यों नहीं जोड़ूंगा? Some of them got around 96% marks, 97% marks, 74% marks. And मैं वो इंसान था, कोविड था चल रहा था, ऑफिस के बाहर मैंने मिठाइयाँ बांटी थी, जैसे अपने बच्चे परीक्षा में पास होते हैं ना, क्योंकि I felt somewhere I felt कि जो मैं सोच रहा था चीज़ें हो सकती हैं, किया जा सकता है. So the whole communities that we thought they don't exist in India, they do exist. That's one. Second, I always say, थोड़ा लंबा आंसर हो रहा है इसका. I always also say that we should have this particular thought process in us कि हमसे गलती होगी, क्योंकि हमारी पढ़ाई हम HIV/AIDS वाले बैकग्राउंड से नहीं आए, हम सेक्स वर्कर बैकग्राउंड से नहीं आए, मैरिज स्कैवेंजर बैकग्राउंड से नहीं आए, हमने किताबें पढ़ी हैं बट उनके एक्सपीरियंस नहीं जानते हैं. तो जब तक आप उनके साथ काम नहीं करेंगे तब तक आप सही नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि वही आपको बताने जा रहे हैं कि चलेगा कैसे, होगा कैसे. My program cost, which I earlier calculated, right now that we are spending, I'll say 40-45% more than what was the original calculation there, because जो हमारी सेक्स वर्कर्स की बच्चियां हैं, I need to ensure that they sleep at my center in the evening. अगर रात में वहाँ सो रही हैं तो उनके खाने का मुझे इंतजाम करना पड़ेगा. अगर इतनी बच्चियां एक साथ सो रही हैं तो हेल्थ का मुझे इंतजाम करना पड़ेगा. इतनी बच्चियां सो रही हैं तो उनके सेफ्टी का इंतजाम मुझे करना पड़ेगा, थेरेपी मुझे इंतजाम करना पड़ेगा. एक और चीज जोड़ना समझ में. And when you do all these things, suddenly then you realize that you become much more open to the whole idea that failure is going. But it's all about कि आप उस failures को कैसे convert करते हो सक्सेस के अंदर. मैं वेंचर कैपिटल वाले कई लोग होंगे इसके अंदर में, आगे वाले लोग जरूर होंगे फंड करते होंगे. मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि वी फंड एंड ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड है, ऑन द रिकॉर्ड मत डालना इसको, कि 10 प्रोजेक्ट में से मेरे 7 फेल करते हैं, उतने सक्सेस नहीं आती हुई. 3 मुझे इतना रिजल्ट दे देता है ना कि मैं 7 का जो KPI के नंबर्स मेरे होते हैं वो पूरे हो जाते हैं. When I go back to my board, I can tell them that I had to achieve 2 million this year. My 3 projects have given me 3 million. मेरे 7 प्रोजेक्ट फेल किए हैं, बट 7 प्रोजेक्ट gives me the energy कि बॉस इसको सुधारना कैसे आगे था. And these 7 then next year becomes successful, because then you need to apply your and there you need to be open. और उसमें हमेशा CSR heads को मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ, you should have the credibility that you stand in front of your board to tell them बॉस कि ये नहीं हो रहा है, इसको ये 4 चीज मुझे बदलने दो. At the moment you start doing that particular thing, no, फिर ये the whole zone becomes so much ऐसे एनर्जी वाला जोन हो जाता है ना, तो आपको मजा आता है इस काम करने में. नहीं तो ये बहुत बोरियत वाला काम है. CSR हेड का काम जो है पैसे देना, पैसे लेना, रिपोर्ट लेना, रिपोर्ट लेना. We become a postmaster there. But the moment you start doing all these things, तो ये लाइफ इतना मजेदार हो जाता है, because then you start learning new things. And as an individual, if I look at myself, 2014 का अनुराग and 2024 का अनुराग, huge difference in me. I'll give you one example which I have quoted in my own journey के अंदर में. One girl which I asked her, she's a HIV positive थी उस समय, she is now full-blown AIDS की patient. I asked her that like a normal adult talking to a girl, कि क्या बनना चाहते हो बेटा? She said that I want to be a doctor. And I asked her again, वो जो रहता है ना, क्यों बनना चाहते हो बेटा डॉक्टर? She said that I want to invent one vaccine so that none of the child go through what I have gone through. इतना powerful statement है ये. She didn't say that I want to invent one medicine so that मेरा pain misery चला जाए. Her take was I want to invent one vaccine so that none of the child who is after me should go through what I have gone through. She for her that was the North Star moment. For me, she became my North Star. So अगर आप मेरे से कुछ पूछेगा ना कि क्या करना चाहते हो,
beautiful.
I'll always say.
I think a big round of applause for Anurag ji. I think we can. I think everybody had a smile. That was the longest but the most meaningful rapid fire question ever in the history. Thank you for all the amazing work you are doing, and I think we had goosebumps as you were sharing those experiences. I want to go to you, Jasa, and I would request. I'm getting some looks as well. I would request you to keep this to a minute. One of your favorite projects at JK Lakshmi which touches your heart, and same for you, Gulriz.
So, I mean, again, going back to the basics, providing a localized solution to a problem statement gives you the maximum return, both in terms of, investment as well as impact also. Now we have applied this principle to every location wherever we have a plant, manufacturing and grinding units. We have applied this principle. Especially two projects I would very quickly inform all of you. One is that reducing infant mortality rate. These are very unique projects that we are doing in Rajasthan, Siroi district, that is one of the aspirational districts. We have worked with Garasia, Bhil and Gamiti, tribal communities. We directly work with them with some of the technical inputs from some local NGO. So therefrom we started this project in 2004 from 104 infant mortality rate. And Rajasthan, rural areas still have the highest number of IMR, particularly in these hard to reach, very disaggregated, very widespread tribal communities. So using the evidence-based technology, using the data, and continuously changing the DCS strategy and decision basis, disaggregated data based on the caste, community, or the hard to reach area, we have been able to bring down to 22 in the last 14-15 years, and these have been demonstrated by external timeline assessment also. So that is one area that we did, and this award is one of the highly recognized programs by the government of Rajasthan. That is one. Second is that coming again back to the how are you going to give back a solution to the problem statement. We very intensively work with the youth, and in one of the example in Rajasthan we found that that the youth, particularly in the age of 18 to 25. We had massive consultation with them, and we found that most of them have the Android phones, but they didn't have the data, so they have a data problem. So what we did essentially, we created a learning space which we call Job Readiness Center, and we provided them the high internet facility in there, and we found that coming back to this. So we run from 6 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening. They come, they have a dedicated space. They come, they do the preparation because all the learning things are digitally, available now. There is no need to go to the physical books. So use that, and at least in last 4 to 5 years, there are many youths who have gone for forest guard selection. The UDC, LDC in the selection of the army, and then to give you a business perspective also. These the same youths coming from the tribal community who used to give dharna and pradarsan against in front of our gate. In last 4 years, we didn't have any one-day shutdown in the plant, due to this disruptive community. So that is the strength that I always keep emphasizing in terms of the community development projects have intrinsic value to create win-win situation both for the community as well as the business. Thank you.
Fantastic examples. Thank you, sir, and congratulations. Ulrich?
Right, so I work with many corporates and helping them with this CSR initiatives. But over here I'll talk about, in my previous avatar, I also worked with a grassroots organization in the rural development domain, wherein I was based in these remote tribal villages with no electricity, no road connectivity, and we would have to walk around 5-10 kilometers to reach to different villages. And there we have this self-help group initiatives, a lot of livelihood initiatives and all of that. So, but the best, among all of these that we were doing with these women, the best part was helping these women get that agency and go to the Gram Sabha and start asking for development of their areas. Because that was like, you empowered them to be able to continue even when you are gone. So yeah.
I think all these examples are the ones which I want you guys to take home with you. And also I want to thank Mr. Jitendra Kumar for bringing together so many people who care. Thank you, sir, for your leadership at the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and organizing this fantastic and leading this so nicely. I would like to end this panel discussion by requesting Anita ji to have the final concluding remarks. But I want you to share what Anurag ji mentioned when he started initially. He said that अगर आप 8-9 अच्छे points लेके जाओ तो बहुत अच्छा है. मैं आपको पूछना चाहूँगा कि आपने जो भी सुना बच्चों से इन सब लोगों से अभी तक, what are the 3 things that touched you and that you are going to take back with you to your stakeholders and to your friends and families?
I would those distant areas where we can make a difference to people around there. So I would definitely like to have those kind of projects, because when we are doing CSR as a corporate, we always look for projects which will really make a difference. And we actually go out there and look at what is being done, and we look at how it will be sustainable in the future. It should not be only for a moment, but it has to be a project which will be long term, and in the long term it will help the people out there. So these are the kind of projects that we look for, and that is something I would want to take back.
Absolutely. And I think Anurag is craving to give in some thoughts as well. Oh yeah, do we have times for questions? I think round of applause for that answer. I think we all resonate with that beautifully. Yes, sir.
See, I come from NGO which is known as Computer Shiksha, and I'd like to ask Anita ji, who said, you know, she spoke about benches and chairs and chalks and backboards. Yes, these are basic things which make a difference. But once they are there, that is over. They don't for long term. Now, we in Computer Shiksha are trying to enable free computer literacy among the underserved communities, which is children between 5 and 16, which the population of which is about 25 crores in India today. And our mission is basically by 2047, we plan to cover all these people in these 20 years so that people are computer aware, computer enabled. Now, why are we saying computer enablement is important? Everything, all government schemes today, everything is online. And if the children, they won't get a job by becoming computer aware, but they will be better off in a job when they get into a job situation, that they will be able to handle all online aspects of it. Do you think this is not important, or this is important?
Of course, it is very important, like you say, na? And as corporates, we do look into such kind of projects also. So my very own company, I can tell, we have invested in through CSR in projects where we have arranged for smart classes, computers, how we can help build, you know, the educational growth of the people out there. So these are definitely very good initiatives which corporates do look for.
Absolutely. I mean, digital literacy is the future. AI, virtual reality, I think things are moving there as well in a lot of these government schools and CSR too. Any other questions? Anyone? Yes, please.
Sir, madam, I see most often when we speak about CSR funding, it goes, as from morning we have heard, which is a fact. It's for education or healthcare, or it could be for livelihood options. But what about children and adolescents? Their mental health wellness, their emotional well-being. Today we work with adolescents who are trapped into the social media, especially into the gaming sites and online sexual abuse. Do you all also take that as something that you would support?
No, we do support those things. So I'll reach out to you. I'll give you my contact details. Computer जो सर पूछ रहे थे पहले मैं आपको अपना डिटेल दूंगा. Please share your note to us, and we'll certainly look into that one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for all the panelists. And my friend Yusuf Pathan is coming next. I specially invited him for this beautiful program because he is now MP from West Bengal and a great cricketer. But I wish Sukanya he didn't come here today. The reason I wish that is because India 180 में all out हो गया अभी. I wish वो वहाँ पे Adelaide पे होता और 200-300 रन मार के स्कोर बढ़ा के फिर यहाँ पे आता. But I'm glad he's coming, and thank you again Bengal Chamber of Commerce for all the wonderful work you do. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Request Jitendra sir to please come up to the dais and present a special memento to our panelists.
और एक सेकंड, एक thumbs up करते क्योंकि ये थोड़ा अलग पहनना है, तो एक बार सब thumbs up करें।
Before we move into the award distribution, let me call Ms. Madhavi Guha Basu. She is the founder and director of Slate of Swan, the knowledge partner. She just met with a little accident, but hopefully she is fine enough to address the audience. Madhavi, if you can just explain the award process, please.
Very good afternoon to all of you once again. So from Social Leadership Award, this is the third edition, and Slate of Swan is the knowledge partner, as you know, and we are really fortunate this year that the BCCI has entrusted us to be the knowledge partner. So from Slate of Swan, we are into impact communication, and so we communicate with our stakeholders and share the stories with the stakeholders. So Swan, why the names? Everyone was asking during the discussion. So thought to put just one or two slides on that. Swan, so at Slate of Swan, the Swan represents our identity. Something we create for our better world, knowledge and elegance, and that's we do. And this is leadership is complete. It's a women-owned and women-led company. So this is about us. We are into the ESG and sustainability landscape. We do communication oriented to ESG and sustainability only, and impact communication. And this is the vision of the company. Impact design and communication, which is accessible to all. That is our mission, which is accessible to all. So this is our core competence, and people we have not only the communication people but also the in-house ESG people and also the CSR expertise people. The slate, which is all yours, which is a blank slate, which you can create, we can create your thoughts into that. And we have some of our creations which has recognized internationally. Now coming directly to this award and this award process, this year we have received around 100 plus applications, and this award has a two-stage process. The entire assessment process has been divided into, technically there were three categories of assessment. One is governance, one is practices, and one is project. And when we talk about the project, we need to think about how the project has been implemented, what is the relevance, how the monitoring and measurement of the project is created, and how the impact it is generated. And during the evaluation, we have seen that all the projects has performed extremely well, but there are some fine line, differences of understanding in terms of output, outcome, and impact. Somehow, mostly, if I say more specifically, outcome and impact, and that is probably what Dr. Chatterjee has referred in the beginning session. That is probably the way forward 2.0. CSR 2.0, we all the CSR professionals are aiming at. So initially the assessment process, the stages were like that. We have received the application. We have done a thorough scoring of each and every parameters that were there in the application process. And then the shortlisted candidates were called upon for jury round, jury presentation. And then finally, the participants, the winners who have been selected for today's award distribution. But it's pertinent to mention that we welcome that everyone has performed well in some of the areas. Like someone done as a very good performance in the need assessment, someone has done as very good in the impact assessment. So it's a collaborative learning, which we can say. So this is about the award process. Now, without wasting your time, I will hand over to BCCI and like Nishant, if you can take it over and start the award process, because everyone is waiting eagerly for these sessions in this morning. Thank you so much.
Our guest for the day, Mr. Yusuf Pathan, renowned cricketer and MP from West Bengal. We are expecting him to be here in another 5 minutes, so let's wait. And if someone wants to say something about the conference or award, we will welcome your opinion. Anyone?
Since there are a lot of NGOs here, they can pitch in. So I can pose those possibilities to the August gathering here. Can I get back to the presentation that I had? Go to the... Yeah. Is suffering from the parali. The parali is the straw which remains in the field after the upper part of the agriculture producing is cut. Now these paralis are being burned in the fields, especially in Punjab, Pakistan side and Haryana, because the air basically comes from that side towards Delhi. And that's why from mid-October to December it becomes a hell here. Delhi becomes a gas chamber. What we have done, we have converted these paralis using very simple cotton industry possible machines into what is known as briquettes, small. Those have fire value and fuel value. And we have also put it in our boilers in our power stations in Dadri. We have also identified the rate to give the stability for the investment, and the rate will remain valid for particular years. We are giving anybody a clarion call, go to the villages, help the farmers to develop, the technology can be shared, and there is biomass mission government has created, which is basically our people are heading that. And you can take that, go to Punjab, go to Haryana, as much of as fuel you can bring, it will be absorbed here. And there is a market, the price is remunerative, and the technology is available. Go there, do it, and save the entire NC region from the hell. Thank you.
Let's welcome our guest of So we would request you to be on the dais. Amitabhji, we request you on the dais. We request Jitendra sir to be on the dais. And Yusuf sir on the dais, please. We are straight away starting with the award show. But before that, let Amitabhji introduce the show.
I think I would like to start by saying Kem Cho Bata. प्रेम छे ये बहुत अच्छा जवाब दिया केम छो का जवाब दिया प्रेम छे यानी आई एम लव ये पहली बार सुना but that's a nice answer sir but the reason I say केम छो is because Yusuf bhai is from Gujarat and I always jokingly say that there's not two brothers, there's three, Yusuf Pathan, Irfan Pathan and myself. For the last many years, over a decade, we've been working together with their family to provide nutrition to widows During COVID time, they provided concentrators at a very large scale. I personally remember Yusuf Bhai coming to, like pick up the boris of nutrition himself. I think वो पसीने से रेपजेब हो गए थे, and then personally going to the hospitals and distributing it. So many activities, in schools, from sanitation to technology. They've come, visited, inspired the children, the principals, the parents on a regular basis. Of course, I've had the opportunity to have biryani at their house many times and see all the beautiful animals he has. So I absolutely feel that if there was a country of animals, he would be the prime minister there already. But Yusuf Bhai, you have always been someone who craves to support others, human beings and animals. So we are very, very glad that you are here today at Bengal Chamber of Commerce के special day पे आप आए हैं और अब आप बंगाल के आमची बंगाल के आप MP भी बन गए हैं. So there is more compassion and more love that people feel for you. जैसे आपने ग्राउंड में छक्के मारे हैं, ऐसे यही यहाँ पे कई NGOs हैं जो समाज सेवा में छक्के मार रहे हैं, एजुकेशन, हेल्थ में, स्किलिंग में, कॉर्पोरेट से जो बहुत अच्छा CSR कर रही है. बहुत ही वंडरफुल कमिटी और जूरी और ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने यहाँ पे मिलके कुछ स्पेशल लोग सिलेक्ट किए हैं और वी कैन नॉट थिंक ऑफ अ बेटर पर्सन जिसके हाथों से इनको पुरस्कार मिल सके. और वो यहाँ से सीधा बॉम्बे जा रहे हैं, भाग रहे हैं, तो बहुत ही कूल कपड़ों में आए हैं. एंड आई थिंक इट इज़ वेरी रेलेवेंट फॉर यू टू कम हियर in these clothes because these people are doing cool work and India is the youngest country and the coolest country in the world. So thank you for coming from the bottom of Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Heart, it means a lot to us. Thank you, sir. Please do that. We'd love to have you on the stage.
Thank you so much, sir. I know sir has constrained on time, so we would like to quickly start off our award show. If we can have the music, this is the third time I'm requesting you. If we can have the music. If there's a problem, then don't go for it. But if you have the music along with you, which we generally play for award show, please do. We will start with the NGO category first. Large NGO. Special Jury Award goes to Ishania Foundation, Large NGO, Rural Development. Also request Mr. Jitendra Kumar, who is the chairman of our National CSR Committee, to join us on the dais for the award distribution. Without you, it's incomplete. So I would now like to invite on stage the man who has always inspired the entire nation on CSR and who has inspired Bengal Chamber in putting up such show and have given us the courage that we can go ahead and do a national CSR award. I would like to invite on stage Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee. Thank you, sir, for always being with us. Under the category of small NGO, the winner is Autism Society West Bengal. They are doing a fantastic work. A round of applause for them. I request the representatives to come up to the dais and receive the award. Under the category of small NGO, a round of applause, please. Congratulations and thank you. Now moving on to mid-size NGOs. The second runner-up is Ishania Foundation. Once again, so please, a big round of applause and congratulations. under mid-size NGO goes to Boykontupur Torun Shongho. Can we have the representatives of Boykontupur Torun Shongho up on the dais? A round of applause and congratulations. Now comes the winner under mid-size NGOs, and we are happy to announce Root Foundation as the winner of mid-size NGO. A big round of applause for Root Foundation. Congratulations. Now comes large NGO. The chamber categorizes large NGOs in some categories. So under empowerment of large NGO, the winner is none other than Future Hope Foundation. May I request Mr. Subrata Dr. to come up to the dais along with his team members to receive the award. Mr. Dr. is not only part of Future Foundation, Future Hope Foundation, but we also welcome Transfer to receive the award. Do you want to say something? Subrata sir, we want to hear one or two words from you because you're not only part of them but you're part of us also, and we're so happy to have you here.
I thank from the core of my heart Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for recognizing our sincere efforts to serve the street children, the slum-dwelling children of our state, whom we have been serving for the last 35 years holistically. We establish them in their life, and we are their hope for the future, future hope. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And congratulations once more. Thank you. Moving on to the category of health and nutrition. We are happy to announce the winner under health and nutrition is Sri Shottushai Annapurna Trust. Can we have representatives of Shottushai Annapurna Trust? Congratulations. Congratulations once again. Moving on to the category of environment, the winner is Vyakti Vikas Kendra, which is under Art of Living. We congratulate you and we request you to please come out to the dais. Now comes rural development. Integrated Development Foundation and Ambuja Foundation as the joint winner of the category of Rural Development, and therefore request the representatives to come up to the dais. Congratulations, Integrated Development Foundation. Now may we request Ambuja Foundation, the joint winner under Rural Development, to come out and receive the award. Moving on to the category of education, here we have Special Jury Award, which goes to Young Men's Welfare Society. A round of applause. All of them work so hard, so it's time to recognize them and their efforts. Young Men's Welfare Society. Congratulations. Runners up under this category is Kothaguli Shopnupuron. Can we have members of Kothaguli Shopnupuron on the dais, and we congratulate you for your phenomenal work. Congratulations, Kathakali Shopnapuram. Now again, moving on, we have joint winners under education category, and for the year 2024, the joint winner goes to Parivar Education Foundation and American India Foundation. Big congratulations. We request representatives of Parivar Education Foundation and American Indian Foundation to be on the dais, please. Here comes Parivar Education Foundation. Followed by Parivar Education Foundation comes American India Foundation. Spectacular work in the field of education. Moving on from NGOs to corporate, it was quite challenging for us here in Bengal Chamber to judge. Under the corporate award, we would like to first recognize few special organizations for their continued work and impactful work. We will announce the special recognition first. First comes Usha Martin for the agricultural development work. Can we have representatives from Usha Martin? I think Usha Martin will join us today due to a medical emergency. Followed by that, we have Bamandori for project for employment of tribal women. Can we have Mr. Deepak Das of Bamandori on the dais, please? Bamandori for project for employment of tribal women. also applause to Bangalore for their great work. Convey our congratulations to Mr. Vikrantpal Chaudhary, the CMD of Bangalore, and congratulations to you, Mr. Das. Thank you. Next comes TMILL for promotion of sports. Congratulations, Mr. Basu. Mr. Asami Basu, the head of CSR of TMILL, receiving the award. Next special recognition goes to Infinity Infotech for project on geriatric care. Do we have representatives of Infinity? I think Infinity couldn't make it today here, but we will certainly convey our congratulations and best wishes to Mr. Ravindra Chamaria for the fantastic work he has done by opening Jagriti Dham. Going on to the next category of education, we have the second runners-up, CESC Limited. We congratulations to CESC Limited and invite Dr. Nipa Shah Sharma, the CSR head of CESC, to receive the award. Congratulations. Now comes under the category of education, the first runner-up. It goes to M Junction. We invite M Junction onto the stage. And congratulations, sir. Congratulations and Jackson for your work under education. Moving on, we have joint winners under the education category, and it goes to HPCL and Bharat Aluminium. I request representatives of HPCL and Bharat Aluminium to be on the dais, please. Receiving the award under education category. May I have request Bharat Aluminium. Congratulations. Now comes the category Rural Development. Jury award under this category goes to Haldia Petrochemicals Limited. A big congratulations to Haldia Petrochemicals Limited for the award. Thank you, Haldia Petrochemicals, and congratulations once more. Next, runners-up goes to Vesuvius India Limited. Can we have representatives of Vesuvius India Limited? Congratulations, Vesuvius India Limited. So being the runners-up under Rural Development category. Thank you. under the rural development category goes to Ask Investment. A big round of applause for Ask Investment. May we have Mr. Iyer on the stage. Now comes health. Under the category of health, we have TSDPL as the winner of the category. Can we have representative from TSDPL? Congratulations. Now we move on to environment protection. The jury award under this category goes to TP Central Odisha Limited. We congratulate TP Odisha Central Limited and invite them on the dais. Can we hear some round of applause? Under the environment protection category, the winner is Balrampur Chini Mills. Fantastic work and fantastic presentation, sir. We congratulate you and wish you more success. Congratulations, Balrampur Chini Mills. Moving on to our final category, empowerment. The jury award for this category goes to First Source. Congratulations, First Source. Now, the winner under the empowerment category goes to none other than Excite Industries Limited. I request Mr. Vijay Sinha, the head of CSR, to receive the award. Congratulations, Excite. Congratulations, Charity. Moving on, the committee this time has introduced 2 new awards which we feel is very important. We have introduced the Change Maker of the Year award, and for the year 2024, the BCCI Social Leadership Awards Change Maker of the Year goes to none other than Mr. Amitav Shah, Founder and Chief Inspiration Officer of Yuva Unstoppable. Now comes CSR Leader of the Year. We are very happy to announce that this year we are giving this award to none other than Mr. Kumar Anurag Pratap, VPM Head, CSR and Sustainability, Capgemini Technology Services. Congratulations, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank each and every participant who have participated in this year's Social Leadership Award. Your participation is actually the key of success of this program. So we wish all the participants all our very best, and we look forward to have you all in our future awards also. We want to thank our platinum partner Excite Industries, gold partner Infinity Infotech Private Limited, Infinity Infotech Parks Limited, silver partner Essential Educare Limited, knowledge partner State of Swan, official radio partner Friends FM, and even supporter Vishwa Yuvak Kendra for supporting this initiative. But before we come to the end of the program, we would like to hear some words from our guest of honor. So please a round of applause for our guest of honor. Request to
Thank you very much. Balochan. Amida Balochan. Well, Bengal Chamber of Commerce और CSR एक्टिविटी के सभी मेंबर्स, स्टेक होल्डर्स और सभी मेंबर्स को मैं धन्यवाद कहूँगा कि सभी को एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाकर यहाँ पर इकट्ठा करना और उनको जो अवार्ड दिया है, ये एक रिकग्निशन दिया है कि आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है और इसी तरह आप करते रहे। यही उम्मीद से हम सब यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हुए और CSR एक्टिविटी जो है ये सोसाइटी के लिए, समाज के लिए एक बड़ा बेहतरीन काम करता है और ये एक्टिविटी के साथ मैं काफ़ी टाइम से जुड़ा हुआ भी हूँ। जिस तरह से अमिताभ ने अभी बताया, क्योंकि मेरे फादर साहब भी NGO चलाते हैं और एजुकेशन में हम लोग काफ़ी हेल्प करते हैं बच्चों की फीस के लिए पूरा साल उनको पढ़ने के लिए, ताकि उनकी जो फीस है दिक्कत ना हो उनको और पढ़ाई अच्छे से कर सकें। तो ये काम हम लोग 2002 से या 2001 से जब इरफान इंडियन टीम में आया था तब से हम लोग करते हैं। उसके बाद मैं भी टीम में आया तो मेरे फादर साहब काफ़ी एक्साइटेड रहते थे। जब भी सैलरी आती थी तो उनका पहला क्वेश्चन था कि भाई कितने पैसे आए। हम समझ नहीं पाते थे कि क्यों ऐसे पूछ रहे हैं, तो उनका रहता था कि 100 रुपये आए तो 10 रुपये मुझे इस चीज़ के लिए चाहिए, 10 रुपये इस चीज़ के लिए चाहिए, 10 रुपये इस चीज़ के लिए चाहिए, 40 रुपये मेरे हो गए, 60 रुपये तुमको जो करना है वो करो। उसमें से आपको टैक्स भरना है, अपने आप पे खर्च करना है। तो वो CSR एक्टिविटी के थ्रू अमिताभ ने उनका जो NGO चलता है, थैंक यू वेरी मच उसके लिए भी कि आपने 25 बच्चों को 4 साल के लिए जो फीस उनकी दी है, उसके लिए मैं भी आपका धन्यवाद कहूँगा। और आप सभी का भी धन्यवाद कहूँगा कि आप जिस तरह से एजुकेशन के लिए, एनवायरनमेंट के लिए, रूरल डेवलपमेंट के लिए आप लोग काम करते हो, तो आपकी सबकी बहुत ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि सोसाइटी को हम सब मिल के डेवलप कर सकते हैं। किसी एक इंसान की या किसी एक आदमी की ये ज़रूरत नहीं है, और जिम्मेदारी एक आदमी की नहीं है। हम समाज में हर किसी की ज़रूरत भी है, और हम सब इस चीज़ के जिम्मेदार है कि हम सोसाइटी को वापस दोबारा कुछ ना कुछ दें। तो आप सभी का मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि आप जिस तरह से आप लोग हमेशा एक्टिवेट रहते हैं और कार्य करते हैं स्कूल के लिए, एजुकेशन के लिए, तो आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आज आप यहाँ पर मौजूद हो, आने वाला जो साल है, नेक्स्ट ईयर भी ऐसा फंक्शन दोबारा होगा, तो उसमें भी मैं आपको देखना चाहूँगा कि आप सब यहाँ पर हो और मैं आपके साथ फिर जुड़ूँ। क्योंकि मैंने अभी स्टेज पे ये भी सुना कि जो बंगाल चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स है, उसको ऑलमोस्ट 200 इयर्स कंप्लीट होने वाले या हो गए हैं, आई थिंक होने वाले। तो ये जो बंगाल चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स है, ये आज या 2 साल या 5 साल से काम नहीं कर रही, तो ये मोर देन 200 यानी होने वाले, जो 200 साल होने वाले। तो आप सभी मेंबर्स को भी मैं धन्यवाद कहूँगा कि आप लोग इतने सालों से ये कार्य करते आए हैं, और आने वाले सालों में भी आप ये काम करते रहेंगे और सोसाइटी और लोगों के लिए काम करते रहेंगे। मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में भी आप लोग काम करेंगे ये उम्मीद रखूँगा, क्योंकि मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में भी बहुत काम करने की ज़रूरत है। बहुत पिछड़ा हुआ लोग हैं वहाँ पर, बहुत गरीबी भी है, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि आप लोग वहाँ पर आए और वहाँ पे भी काम करें। अमिताभ तो पहुँच चुका है, कुछ 30 स्कूल भी उन्होंने सैनिटाइज करने की जिम्मेदारी ली है। 30 या 50 बहुत ग्रेडी हो गया हूँ मैं इस चीज़ के लिए, अपने लिए कभी नहीं हुआ, लेकिन मुझे अच्छा लगता है जब डेवलपमेंट के काम होते हुए देखता हूँ और उनकी जो आंखों में देखता हूँ, जो उम्मीद होती है वो पूरी होते हुए देखता हूँ, तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच अमिताभ, आपको भी और आप सभी को भी। सबके नाम तो मैं नहीं जानता हूँ, लेकिन यहाँ पर मौजूद है, तो सभी को मैं आप धन्यवाद करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच। यहाँ पर मुझे बुलाने के लिए भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि एक अच्छे कॉज में मुझे पार्टिसिपेट किया आपने। मैंने ज़्यादा कंट्रीब्यूट नहीं किया आप लोगों की तरह, लेकिन यहाँ पर आके मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि मैंने उतना ही कंट्रीब्यूट किया जितना आप लोगों ने कंट्रीब्यूट किया। ये फील मुझे हुआ। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद।
I request Mr. Kumar and Amitabh ji to come up on the dais.
सॉरी, तो बंगाल से भी बहुत लोग हैं, तो यही लास्ट में यही बोलना भूल गया, बालो ताकुन सुत ताकुन सारा के जो भाई।
Come up and hand over a memento to Misuji. Sir, in your presence, we would also like to convey our thanks to our juries who have been instrumental in creating this award. We have the head of jury here, none than Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, who has been a pillar for Bengal Chamber in creating this award and ideating us on CSR. I invite sir on stage for a special recognition, please. We also invite Mr. Anurag Pratap, our jury. Mr. Amitabh Shah, one of the jury members. Thank you so much, and I would request Amitabh ji to say a few words and end our today's.
I request the BCCI team to quickly come on the stage. The Bengal Chamber of Commerce team, can you please come on the stage? The BCCI team, if you are here. Nishant bhai, you also, you are part of the team. Please go, 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 go. You're absolutely part of the team. And I request Rubani to then bring the Yuva kids on. अभी ये ले लो. Can someone take a picture, please? भैया फोटो ले लीजिए. मैंने ये CEO साहब आ रहे हैं, वो behind the scenes में छक्के मारते रहते हैं. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए BCCI के लिए. It's a different kind of BCCI. Thank you so much, BCCI. We also have some children who have come from UA, so I would love for them to come also quickly on the stage. All of you, please, the UA team, please come on the stage quickly. Madam. Rubani, everybody, please rush on the stage, guys. Kumar sir, I request you to stay in the photo, please. Just quickly. Ma'am. Okay. One photo, please, guys.
चल आ जाए बाकी सब लोग करवा दियो बस